Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
What is going on, everybody? How are we doing? Is my mic peaking? Oh, man. Looks loud on there. But anyways, so let's get into some film. Yeah, I just realized I gave you guys the whole cone, Infinite Robert. Hey guys, how you doing? I want to just congratulate you guys. I want to just clap for you guys real fast because we are looking at 36 incredible warriors that were here on time to review a game that's almost a full week old at this point, is pretty depressing to watch. Well, it's weird, right? I mean, let's try to solve the mystery, because I think that's what's at the core of what this game really needs, right? Is it feels like somehow Justin Fields played pretty well if you watch the right plays, played pretty poorly if you watched the wrong plays, and yet his supporting cast looks sometimes not so bad, sometimes really bad, and it's a whole mess. And I'm hoping that I can help us sift through it a little bit. We're not doing a stream highlight this time, as much as I would love to, because we've got a lot of offense to cover. And I'll let you guys in, just for anybody who starts the stream, or for anybody who will get there. The surprise there is that we're going to actually take a quick look. It's not going to be long, because we don't have that kind of time. We're going to take a quick look at New England's offense with Bailey Zappi, because I do want to take a peek at some of his film, like all 22 angle film, so that we can try to get a sense for what we should actually be holding. Like, what kind of standard should we be holding Fields to? Because I think that's a complicated question to answer. I mean, we are looking, in my opinion, and I hate saying this, I'm a positive person. I really want to, I would love for nothing more than these streams to glow about the Bears the way that I used to glow about basically whenever we play the Packers, about how easy their offense looks. And I haven't gotten that chance, partially because it feels like Fields and this offense are at odds with each other sometimes. Sometimes they call a play that Fields obviously wants to call, and it works. Sometimes they call a play that Fields obviously does not want to run. It doesn't work. Sometimes they call a play that Fields has no interest in running, at least it seems that way, and he botches it. Sometimes it feels like they call a play that Fields wouldn't normally run, but it works, and that's great. And it's just a whole mess. I mean, on a play where Fields plays well, the offensive line doesn't. On a play where the offensive line is solid, the receivers aren't open. On a play where both of them play, like the receivers and the offensive line get things right, Fields just doesn't throw the ball. I mean, it's a whole mess. Like Jordan was saying, to some degree, it can start to feel like it's just the Bears are cursed top to bottom. The old saying, the fish rots at the head, and so on and so forth. Look, it's going to be a weird season. It's only going to get weirder. I don't know if you guys saw this. I cannot believe this is where we're going to start, but this is where the conversation is taking us. We go to my Twitter. We take a look at, let's go to Brad Spielberger. Recently posted a really sweet looking chart with a lot of PFF data in it that I think is pretty sweet. So it is weighted adjusted EPA per play weeks 1 through 6. So the aim was to take a look at this play, or like within this graph, and see who is playing well according to the schedule that they've had so far. And if you can't tell, based on the Bears being right here in the bottom, they're not as bad as the Texans. Way off the side that you can't see is Carolina. They're over here, which is really sad. That means their offense is just awful, right? But the Bears have not played well compared to their schedule already, and they're about to face this team. Take a look at that. Take a look at that defense. They're going to face this team. Take a look at that defense. And then, hey, they get the Dolphins, who are only average, right? So this could be a weird 3 weeks. And then, hey, they face the Lions, who are literally as bad as defenses get right now. They are not good. So the offense could find themselves having a nice little day against, right there. I will be right back, and then we are going to get rolling. My wife needs me to help with taking the baby out of the bath, so talk amongst yourselves for just a few moments, and then we will hit the offense running. Perfect. All right. So let's take a look at this. Look, let me see. Expected the Lions to be lower. At this point, we take a stab at a completely mediocre center signing. Well, it's nice to shake it up. I'm not sure that the receivers we have on the roster are that much better than ISM. John, I don't know about that. So I know Zappy is like a college football legend. I watched WK UK, but is he an NFL arm caliber talent taking Ryan or Mac Jones's job? Ryan, good question. Can I be honest? I don't really know. And so that's part of why I actually do want to watch this film, is because I am not certain either. And so I want to see let's see, okay, I turned myself down a little bit so that I'm not just like screeching into the mic, hitting all these red bars. But anyways, let's pop into this. Like, that's the thing, because Jordan, my understanding is that Zappy is not exactly talented. He wasn't a he wasn't a top two, he wasn't a top 2 round prospect in general. So why is he succeeding? Is he succeeding? Like, what is the bar? How does he succeed if Justin Fields, who I think is outrageously talented, is struggling in any capacity? Right? Those are the reasons that I do want to take a quick look. And for all you guys making fun of me, love ya, because I deserve it. I mean, like 30 minutes. Like, we're gonna get like a little taste, and then we'll take a look at defense, and then we'll get out. But anyways, let's talk about this offense, because it was a mess, but it's a mess that we need to see again, because at this point, I think that the main thing that I looked at when I saw this offense is, the main thing when I saw this offense is that it's just all over the place in what's wrong. So, for instance, take a look at this play and see if you see what I see, because it took me, believe it or not, a couple watches. I should have caught it the first time. I'm almost upset that I didn't. But it looks at first like, oh man, Fields just doesn't throw the ball, and then he runs it. Like, come on, what's going on here? Let me make something clear, by the way, at the top of this. So, Justin Fields is in his 6th week. The Bears defense had a really good game. They allowed 12 points with a second muff punt right down in their territory. I came in ready to point the finger at Fields. And anybody who watched, bear with me, or especially if you just listened to the podcast and you weren't there for the rest of the stream afterwards, like, I came off of this game really upset. Khalid, great to see you. I love having you here. But this game, okay, the All-22 isn't about to acquit him. This isn't, actually, Justin Fields played pretty well. You're going to watch this stream, and if you came away with the same impression I do, you're going to see that Fields did a lot of the things that you would expect Fields to do right. There's a major improvement area that Fields absolutely has to get better at, and we're going to get there. Like, you're going to see a pretty good example of it. But this is a fakey screen. This is fake. You can just watch, or like, you can watch him and you can watch him. You'll see it. He's going to feint a route, and then he's going to run upfield. He is going to make a huge show of catching the football, even though he isn't going to catch the football. This is supposed to look like this. With these 2 routes, like, this is supposed to be a first play of the game, immediate tendency breaker, going with a fake screen that goes for big yardage. Does it? No, because Braxton Jones gets absolutely annihilated, and Fields has to make a play, like, with just athleticism. We get a solid block here from, it looks like Montgomery, who kicks out into the flat, and yikes. I mean, it's just rough. Like, this whole offense, because we're going to see a chip from Pettis here. Now, there's a little bit of data that's going around on basically how helpful are chips, really? How helpful are they? And plays like this are a good reason to ask that, because Pettis gets a big chip off this edge rusher, but watch Braxton's feet. I mean, it's as if he's not expecting it. He comes out, he walks along his arc, and when Pettis gives the guy, let's say, an assisted jump inside, like, Braxton acts completely surprised by it. But what else is the chip supposed to do? Like, he did take the steam out of the edge rusher. He directed him completely inside. I don't know whose fault this is on, because I've seen this happen all the time. Tariq Cohen caused like 3 sacks. Tariq Cohen is like my height, by chipping somebody so hard that he beat Leno on the inside. This happens all the time. That's all I can tell you about it, because I'm not in the coaching room. But there is no opportunity at a downfield play, and that's the play Fields is supposed to be making. I will tell you when Fields holds onto the ball too long. This isn't one of those. And Fields saves a should-be sack. Andy Dalton, there's not really a check down here either, by the way. I mean, I guess you could dump the ball to Pettis. So I think Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, they get sacked. And that is, I think, an unacceptable way to start the football game, but it's +1 to Justin Fields, right? Like, let's try to keep score as best we can. We'll put a tiny plus. This isn't going to work. We'll put a dot over here. But so, like, because I actually don't know. I didn't go count it up yet. Like, how many Fields positives and how many Fields negatives? Because as I think so, especially with this supporting cast, they should be about even. Now, was a receiver open? At the time, he feels pressure, so now, no. Like, if Fields was to throw it now, he'd be too early. This man hasn't cleared the linebacker who's dropping yet. He isn't even remotely nearby. All right, like, the only way Fields actually finds a throw would be if he turned around because he has ESP, that, like, he's not in the read, or if he actually threw on time on the fake screen. And if he did, Luke Getsy might have benched him. So this is a pure plus from Fields, in my opinion, which is a bizarre way to start the game because, again, I expected to be mad. Yeah, exactly, JK. I've heard similar stories where you're saying Rashawn Slater told his guys, stop chipping. It hurts more than it helps. There are many offensive linemen who seem to think that way because I've seen too many mistakes. So, second play of the game. My plus did disappear. So, plus. Let's see. That's going to be difficult. We're going to keep score in chat. But so, second play of the game, it is two curls and a seam. Kind of. Well, it's a curl, I think it was an in, and a seam post. So Fields, seeing what could be Tampa 2 with 2 high, is going to take a look at the twin safeties at the start of the game, and when they sit on Kmet, he's going to throw on time to this curl route. It's actually quite well done. He looks, he recognizes right off the snap, sees it, says, that's not what I want, turns to the outside corner, fires the curl, completion, first down, right? Look, we will give Fields the heat when he needs the heat, but we've criticized him for throwing with anticipation. His arm is moving just as the receiver's breaking. That is, it's not late, it's not early, but it's not late. So that's a good play. Basic. But for Fields, did you guys know, I put this out on Twitter, Justin Fields has more completions Justin Fields has more completions for more than 10 yards than completions for under 10 yards. This being one of them. This is like an 8-yard completion. That's bananas. Justin Fields is a big play machine. Like, he's creating a lot of explosives. He's right around highest in the NFL in explosive rate. But his actual down-to-down efficiency needs a lot of work. And so these sorts of plays, take a look. Get the ball to your playmaker, like, take whatever yards you can. That's really solid. But the Bears' run game did not really help. Like, I remembered the Bears' run game being fairly successful, and I was wrong. BG Bears, for the whole season. But it's almost present in every single game, BG. Like, I went through and counted today. And almost every single game, it was either a dead tie, maybe you had one small-scale completion. And Ryan, I'm trying to hint that it is part of the problem. Let me be clear. He's a big play machine, but you should not have more. Like, keep the big plays and add 10 more small throws. But on plays like this, I mean, the Bears' offensive line against the run didn't do a horrible job. They just got beat by better dudes. Look at Payne, number 93. He beat Sam Mustipher, and also 31, the safety here, does a fabulous job of setting the edge on Braxton Jones. And he really does. Like, it's not that he does some crazy job, but Braxton doesn't flatten him, so Montgomery doesn't have the speed to try to take him around the edge. He turns back up inside, and at that point, there's just nothing there. So, Bob, that's a great question. Who's got the backside end? Nobody. When you're running wide zone to the left, you leave this guy unblocked because in your coach's eye, he's not supposed to get there. right? John, I want a neutral for the 8-yard completion. Thank you. That shouldn't be a plus. That's a normal throw. For Fields, it's probably a plus, but I don't think that's fair. And thank you, Cody. Thank you for the correction. But so, Payne with an audition? I sure hope so. Payne looked really solid. So then on second down, the Bears run the ball, and it looks like it goes really south until you see that. What do we got? Let me see. I think it's right here. Braxton Jones gets hailed. But so, right there, you'll see it. It's a little clearer on the tight angle. You see the rare defensive holding, which has now been called twice on the Bears, which inhibits Jones from getting to his gap, turns the run to the left, and what looks like it goes nowhere, it's actually a pretty savvy penalty call because it would have been better. Would have been a stronger run had he not gotten yanked right there, because Jones would have theoretically gotten to the second level. Had he gotten to the second level, you get 35 cracking open the hole, and you've probably got a legitimate seam right here. But the zone run has to turn, the run has to turn on account of it. Montgomery doesn't get much. It's fine. It's a penalty, but it's always interesting to me watching blocking lanes unfold. But so then here, all right, so this was one of the plays where, holy moly, Kirk Herbstreit was borderline mean. Only because nobody does this, right? Kirk opened a can of whoop-you-know-what on Justin Fields every time he made a major mistake. And it is not as if, just to be clear, Kirk was, wrong, or Herbie was wrong. I guess people call him Herbie, not Kirk. But you don't normally do that to the players. So it made Fields' not great moments look even worse, right? But so they're running Y cross, which is Cole Kmet versus a linebacker right there, and then they've got a backside dig just in case. One issue that we're seeing, if you wanted to play like this isn't Justin Fields' fault, then you should have a real problem with Kmet, because Kmet isn't winning his matchups. That's not new if you've followed this channel. We've talked about this for a while. But Cole Kmet, second-round pick, known for straight-line speed, maybe not a ton of fluidity in his hips, but a lot of straight-line speed, I think should do a better job against man coverage than that, right? He gets wrecked by the safety. At least present some kind of a window, which maybe you could make the argument that there's kind of a window there, but it's worth remembering that the line to gain is here, even if it's just 1st and 10. I mean, Fields cares about that kind of thing. But the real critique that I have, because the line holds up just fine, is that on this backside dig, you have got to throw it. Once you get there, yes, everybody can point out, hey, Sunday open, Sunday open, Sunday open. I get it. But the main thing is that if you sit in the pocket forever with a 2-route combo, you are going to take a sack. There is no check down here. He's blocking. Blocking. You have got to throw it. Let's see. The issue is he rounds off the route, doesn't sell a fake. I mean, if we're talking about, Kmet. But the main thing, Spectre, because everybody's talking about Sunday open, right? Let me be plain. I could care less if he's open. I actually could. These are most of the quarterbacks that I've seen, it's hard to illustrate. Throw it low, even if they're covered, because it's akin to throwing it away plus, right? If you throw it and it ends up too low, bummer. If you throw it and the receiver goes down and gets it for you, completion, but it's not a pick, right? If you throw this at his shoulder level, you are toast, because that could easily be a ball tipped up in the air, and then the safety may just range over and get it. You don't want to invite disaster, right? But Fields has to know this is his last option, right? This is it. There is no other option in the play. Maybe he miracle Superman scrambles, but remember, his eyes are here. This is where I think proper critique is necessary, right? Where it's 1st down. This isn't 3rd down either. You have to protect the football. You can't take a sack in these kinds of settings because the pocket's too good, and frankly, these opportunities are too rare. So you don't even necessarily need to trust your guy. You just need to throw the ball. And Kyle, I hear you that he made the throw to ISM. The throw to ISM was right at shoulder level. Like, that was actually kind of a snipe. What I really want to see is I want to see Fields learn when to think of it as a controlled throwaway. Right? Exactly, Josh. It's the Tom Brady special. It is throwing the ball. It's throwing the ball into a tight window and knowing how to do it. Not because you're Superman, not because your receivers are Superman, but because you put the ball where dropping it is about half of your throws, right? Where you put it to where, honestly, you're kind of just throwing the ball away. But if your guy catches it, your offense benefits. The other thing, since we're talking, because Fields from here tries to scramble, takes a massive 9-yard loss. And is it really going to stun you when I tell you this kills the drive, right? So massive negative for Fields. This one is a minus because you can't take the sack. Like, the throw doesn't have to be on target. You could almost, you could loop the ball if you really hated this. You could flip your feet back and throw the ball away to Kmet for all I care. You just can't take a sack. And anybody who says, I mean, come on, Robert, are you really telling me he's open? I am not. I'm telling you that he's got inside positioning and he's got his back in front of the defender, and that is enough to put the ball basically on the green and have your receiver, again, go down. If he catches it, great. If he doesn't, who cares? You just can't take this sack. And I agree, Kyle, it's fixable. There are some other issues that, look, I'm not going to say that there's anything we're going to talk about in this game that is unfixable. There are just some things that are more worrying than others. But this was one that I know immediately once I saw it on tape again, because whenever I watch the broadcast, honestly, I'm just like anybody else. Like, I kind of loosely understand what's happening, but I give players a ton of benefit of the doubt because I can't see, right? I can't see the all-22, but here it is obvious to me that while they did cover it well, you could theoretically throw a tight window throw to Kmet, but you don't want to, that's fine. You have to throw the backside dig because there's nothing else there. The ball has to come out of your hand on a play like this. Let's look at pocket time, right? Okay, so snap is at 3:17, 3:18, 3:19, 3:20, 3:21. He gets hit about 5 seconds. Okay, so he gets moved off his spot about 4 seconds into the snap, if you can see my little counter. And if you can't see my little counter, that's fine. No, you can't. It's out of the shot. But so this is about 5 seconds into the play. And you can't take sacks that deep into the play clock. Not for the pocket. I don't think so anyways. Those are bad plays. They're not quite an interception, but I invite all of you guys to start thinking of football all across the board as a whole bunch of what turns the ball over, right? A punt is a really, really fancy turnover, right? Like, a punt is sending the ball all the way down the field, but allowing the opponent to have it on 4th down, right? In exchange for those yards, sure, I get it. But a punt is kind of a turnover. So this led to a punt. This sack made sure that the Bears could not pick up the yards. When people hear me whining about sacks, it's not because I never want Fields to get sacked. I'm going to be very fair, right? But it is a sack in this case killed the Bears' drive with what was standing, and that led to a punt, and that led to no points. So whenever you hear me whine about sacks that don't need to be taken, you have got to, that. This is why it matters. It's because they lost. Or they lost on account of it. Now, one correction, if I could debate with Getsy a little bit. I don't love that Montgomery hard sells the play fake and then just stands there. I would prefer Montgomery runs a quick check down route out here. You're actually going to see him check and release here, and the man defender is going to cover him, so it may not have mattered, but it bums me out that you've got Y cross, which is supposed to look like that, even if Kmet's looks like that. You've got a backside dig, and you've got nobody there, right? So I would love to see the Bears use the space a little bit better. But again, you can see that he does get covered up. It just bums me out that there is no check down, because if Fields is going to have an opinion, I don't want to throw that, I want him to be able to throw to somebody. But eventually, like I think Censored says, you got to realize the NFL window is tiny, and eventually you're going to have to get used to throwing into something that is uncomfortable, because if you can't, you're not going to do well. Quick shout out to Sam Mustafa absolutely bullying his matchup, which I tend to doubt that you would have expected, right? Like, look at this. And then he just sits him back down. Honestly, love it. From 67. It was something I saw in film. I was like, oh, man. And Jordan, I agree with you on wanting the half-field read, but I would have rather... This is where I wouldn't mind seeing Fields in pure progression scenarios, but Jordan, I also want to be cognizant of the fact that past a certain point, we can start to argue with Getsy and say, I want to see this, right? And... at the end of the day, I do want Fields to be able to execute on what he's given, because I think a lot of good quarterbacks could work in a lot of different systems, and it doesn't have to be quite so specific. So then on the next play, we are going to get double curls. So let's talk about some curls, baby. And the problem here, Justin Fields gets the read right, and I can't tell if he panics due to the inside linebacker or just woofs the throw. Make sure you're watching Justin Fields' footwork. His feet are getting a little bit unhooked with his body just as he goes. His front foot, in this case, doesn't stay planted. It digs sideways just a little bit, which implies that he didn't quite get his whole weight on it. But these plays have me wondering whether Mooney and Fields just have the worst chemistry between a wide receiver one and quarterback in the NFL, or whether Fields is just missing. Because it feels like, specifically to Mooney, so many of these plays are just massively off. Like, Mooney will break one way, and Fields will throw exactly 2 shoulder lengths in the other direction. And, John, like you're saying, Kurt Warner said that this throw was off due to due to his arm mechanic, and he may be right. Another thing that I wanted to pay attention was this linebacker just barely gets in the lane, but Fields seems to be really cognizant of underneath defenders, and maybe he pushed the ball outside to be sure that guy wouldn't get in the way. I doubt it, but I'm really trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Like, these throws have to be hits. I mean, they don't have to be, but they can't be this bad. Does that make sense? Like, it is totally fine. He threw it on time, so plus there, I guess. He threw it in rhythm, but the accuracy is bad. And, the arm pushed right. That makes a lot of sense. Like, look, I'll be the first to tell you guys, I am not a quarterback guru. I won't pretend to be a footwork, shoulder guru. This is a minus for sure, John. But you do need to hit this. And like you're saying, Kyle, he hit that in the Browns preseason game. But that's a throw that you can't miss, because now not only did we lose yards from the sack to get here, and yes, it is that far of a distance, but we had the ability to get back to here, and we missed that too. So same series, not just the game, same series, we missed 2 big plays to open the game up and set ourselves on a major back foot. So then on 3rd and 19, it's a running back slip screen all the way. Just watch David Montgomery and Gracious Alive. Like, I mean, they see it coming. Just look at 55 here. He steps right up, covers Montgomery immediately. This one I actually don't put on Fields. The credit to defenses. Defensive coordinators have been in the lab. Like, defense is better than it has been in quite some time across the NFL. Gone are the days where on 3rd and 19, you can just line up and run a slip screen and get a bunch of yards back. They've been watching film on the Bears, the Commanders. Like, they know that the Bears have converted legitimate first downs, like that Herbert one, like that Montgomery one. The Montgomery was 2nd and 20 or 21. They picked it up. Herbert was was that 3rd and 20? They picked it up. On 3rd down, the Bears like to call a running back screen. So the linebacker just sat and waited for it, and there literally is no field, or like nowhere for Fields to go. So as much as, again, we want to be fair, like, that to me is neutral on Fields' part, but where he really got hurt is that he missed that early play, or he missed the first down sack, he missed the second down, like, throw to Mooney, and then on 3rd down, he got sold out, right? And yeah, Jordan, his offensive line is awful at protection against blitzes. So then on 1st and 10, second drive of the game, Fields starts with an absolutely filthy throw. Check this thing out. Like, it looks even better from the tight angle. Like, boom. So we've got a nice little 15-yard snipe on the rollout rolling left. But then take a look at this from behind. Like, this rules. This one is like, whoa. Like, as soon as you think, or I think I'm out. Here are the boundaries. 1, 2, 3. You pull me back in. Boom. I love that. Like, I mean, maybe part of it's just the angle. I love how all 22 lets us really see it. But Fields turns, looks at Mooney, looks inside, finds him, resets his feet, gets just enough to where he needs to be, and just snipes it. Now, he takes a huge hit here. We really gotta find a way to avoid these, because that's a throwing shoulder. Like, I mean, Fields was, gosh, how close do you guys think he was? Because I think Fields was like this close to blowing his knee out later in the game. Like, Fields can't be taking some of these hits because he's getting crushed. And nobody would survive the punishment that he's taking. And some of it he's wishing upon himself. But some of it he's not. On this next one, I love this play. It's a basic tight end screen. Okay, we'll watch it, and then I'll show it to you. So if you've been following the channel, like, you've seen that the Bears have run a ton of sift motion, where they take the tight end, they cut him across the formation, and then he sift blocks. Here they run a tight end screen off of exactly that, where Cole Kmet is going to come sift. He's going to then pass his man down, pop out for the screen, and for some reason, Larry Borum just has no idea what's going on. Like, he's the only one that screws the timing up this badly. Now, I don't know how else Borum, other than doing this, was supposed to wind all the way back and stop the man. Had Borum played this legally, I don't know if there's any yards to be had, because this guy would have bit down so hard. Maybe Fields has to release the ball a bit sooner, but I can't help feeling like Fields plays the screen really perfectly, because you want to theoretically release it just about as late as you can. But yeah, that is certainly more than a yard off the line of scrimmage, 3 yards specifically. And so Kmet gets the ball, charges up the field. They take a 5-yard penalty. It becomes 1st and 15, right? And play after that, run play. And by the way, if at any point you feel like you want to keep reviewing something, let me know. I am going to try to be just a smidgen pacier than usual. So if there are no comments or questions about a play, I'm just going to keep talking. But 1st and 15. If David Montgomery's been having an extend me season, and this game put a real damper on that, right? Where Montgomery, it felt like, stared at some open running holes and then did not take them. It's harder to tell from the broadcast angle. It's certainly harder to tell from that sideways angle. But right here, I think you're going to see that when the Bears kicked off this, it's just outside zone +1. Right? So it's outside zone with the fullback just fitting where he can. And look at this. You tell me, where's the hole? I mean, I know they used to say it in the I formation all the time, follow the fullback. But, like, do you guys see what I see? Montgomery's probably reading Jones's man right here, who's bending inside. But that is a hole. Instead, Montgomery cuts it back outside, and what may have been a hole, he's got to stay here. Backside by Jenkins, maybe, certainly Jordan, but that would take some borderline superhuman running, I think. Just because you got to draw 55 in. But the cutback lane's there, and frankly, that's something Herbert's good at. But I can't help looking at this right here and thinking, okay, my fullback's going to go get a guy, and I'm going to head back up. But Montgomery takes it outside. He still gets 7 yards on 1st and 15. But there were a lot of plays this game where I felt like if 24 had the ball, they might have gone for more. And certainly we saw what happened when Herbert can get it. So, 2nd and 8. Now, you've got just one of the most basic route combos that the Bears run. And the Packers ran it all the time. What are we looking at? It's just a hook and a post, right? Let's wind it back. When I'm talking about the play initially, I'm going to play it a little bit, then we're going to rewind it, then we're going to talk about it. Sound good? Sounds good. So it's max protect. The Bears did so much max protect. It's honestly almost, I don't know. I love the gun. I love empty, especially for somebody like Fields, so I'm about it. But on this play, they see what looks like it could easily be either cover 2 or cover 4 pre-snap. I don't think this is a check, so they came out of the formation with it, but they've just got a hook in the dead center of the field and a post on the top of it. And basically, everybody's supposed to pay attention to the post, and then the curl's supposed to sneak through. And you got to give some credit to Fields here because they actually have to adjust off of this. It looks like, within this context, that it's covered because when you take a look here, there's somebody standing in the throwing lane. And when somebody stands in the throwing lane, this is where a lot of people misunderstand NFL offenses. The route is not a curl into a snag, right? Because it looks like he throws a snag when I wind it forward, right? It's not. It's an adjustment. They call this a sight adjust, where Fields sees there's a receiver or a defender sitting down underneath. Pettis knows there's a defender sitting down underneath. So with both of them looking at the defender, they understand you convert this route into a snag. And Fields and Pettis play it perfectly. And it ends up with a nice little yak play. It's a nice little throw, too. I mean, when Fields decides to throw, his release is not bad. His velocity looks good. I want to see more mid throws, and certainly touch throws, because I think he can do... I like to think he can do touch throws. He did enough of them at OSU. But these frozen ropes, they look sweet. Problem is that you can only get so much offense out of exclusively frozen ropes, but we'll get there later. Not a troll question. Would Trevor Siemian be more productive in this system with less explosive plays? It looks like their plays are there and the guys are open a lot. So, Joe, funny you should ask this. I would argue that within this system, which is not dissimilar to what they do in not only Green Bay, but also in John, I would give that a plus personally, but also that one's yeah, I'd give it a plus. That's solid. Joe, this system tends to ask their quarterback not to be a hero, right? So it's funny you say no, censored. I think there would be times where Siemian would feel like he's moving the ball a little bit better, but Justin Fields is making so many explosive plays that it feels like things are the offense is moving just fine. Right? And at Kusai, I think at the end of the day, you're hitting the nail on the head where it's not that you shouldn't care, but you really don't need to. Because that's a question that you don't... It's not that you don't want the answer to. It's that Fields is the only question here. Nobody's evaluating Siemian. The Bears here are going to run G lead on the inside, but it's play action. So they've got Equinemius St. Brown running a post. They've got Cole Kmet coming over the middle. One thing that I loved that the Bears did a ton of within this game, they had somebody, in this case it's Mooney, block the guy on the end. They said, screw it, let's get our over route, let's get our deeper route, and let's block the end, and then Fields, you can run with it if you want to, instead of having this guy just crash and ruin the play, right? And honestly, it works. This isn't a plus from Fields, but this is an offense that can function, because they cover the over, they cover the deep post, or I guess it's a corner. There's no way on earth that Fields is making this throw to Valus, so he checks it down by running it. At least this is part of the design, and he's going to get 5 yards without a hit, or at least not a hard hit, and we'll take that. A 5-yard check down would totally work. So within this, so a 5-yard check down would totally work. I'm cool with this. So then, on 2nd and 5, this next one's kind of sad, right? Because the Bears are going to do a ton. It's funny you say that they're just zone runs, Jordan. There's definitely no pin and pull, but there was a lot of this one right here, which if you've been following the channel for a little while, this is another... Oh, no, this one's just a bummer. Never mind. We get to the fun runs later. So on this play, it's just a basic handoff. Their standard inside handoffs were not good. But on this play, they do okay. The biggest problem is that Mooney completely misses his block, which I can't believe we're going to talk about a wide receiver blowing up a run play. But within this, the offensive line on the interior, not so bad. Had Montgomery been either a step faster to clear this guy right here, or, Mooney had hit his block, Montgomery is going to get a not so bad run right here. He doesn't, though. He gets cut down by the backside player, which is the worst because it neuters his ability to fall forward, and the Bears only get 2 yards on 2nd and 5. So now they're looking at 3rd and 3. Whenever the Bears turned to their running game, it either got them a first down outright or it made things harder on the quarterback, which is not helpful. And yeah, like John's talking about, quick shout out to Tevin Jenkins, who decided that Elvis was leaving the building because 76 is going to take him for the ride of his life, just ripping out of the play, which you got to love. But so then 3rd and 3, the Bears check to a screen to Darnell Mooney. I don't hate the check. If anything, I appreciate the fact that Justin Fields is taking a look at these matchups at the line of scrimmage, thinking, okay, we get 2 guys, block. We're only looking to get to here. I can do that, or Mooney can do that. So Fields takes it, snaps it out to Mooney. Good. Legit good. Like, catch, set, throw. Really nice timing there. So we get the blocks. Now it's just up to Mooney to get to this spot right here. Does he do it? Ooh, he's close, but no. He ends up inches away, right? Marshall, can't forget, 8 p.m. on Tuesday, including next week, which will be, yay. Vlad, let's talk about it. But so, because honestly, the Bears are exhausting sometimes. Love them. But this is a nice little lane. Honestly, I love wide receiver screens when you can get this kind of thing. You just got to beat somebody, right? Which, hey, Mooney, I don't think there's been any player on the Bears. Maybe Fields. You can count Fields. But there's been no player on the Bears that has been as hot and cold as Mooney has, where it feels like sometimes he nails it, other times he doesn't. I love going for it on 4th and inches. I love the basic QB sneak call. It's easy. Keep it easy, right? Don't do the stupid thing where you overthink it and you hand off the ball. If there's anything that this defensive line, 5 down front, is teeing up for in this moment, 6 down front, if you count him, it's a handoff up the middle. If you're not going to sneak it, right, then you need to roll it out. You need to you need to sit back. Oh, atheist. Bears fans started to like Jenkins as soon as he started to play guard and didn't sound like he hated the Bears. But yeah, I'd say everybody here likes Jenkins. Shotgun runs, Vlad, ironically, are surprisingly decent according to data, but I like under center because you can threaten the QB sneak, and then you just got to do it a lot. Honestly, QB sneak converts a lot for a reason. If you lose on a QB sneak, blame your offensive line and move on. Like, I'll take it. That's not a play call that you're going to break your heart over. At least I don't think so. So then Bears check to a run. You see it right here. Again, I love all the little manipulation. Do we all see this? Do we all catch this? So Fields is touching his head, and the entire offense is responding, right? Like right there. Whatever he's doing, that's him checking. So I appreciate it because it shows us that he's at least seeing something in front and has the authority to do that. I wouldn't call the QB sneak a plus, Adamola, because as much as you want to. Okay, so let's be clear, because John, I may need your help with this. The plus is supposed to be this is a play that is abnormal, right? The plus is supposed to be there is at least some quarterback in the NFL that you don't think could do this, right? Like these are the hope plays. It's not, look, it's Justin Fields acting like a quarterback, right? That is a good play. That is a good play. That is a tough throw. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks miss that. That's a good play. That's the goal. Right? It's not, this is a hero. It's definitely not, he checked it down and did something average. That's good, right? This is why we're excited about him, basically. So then they check to a run, and it would have been sweet, but Borum gets beat, right? 75. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. plus Blaze Inferno is like the 35-yard run at the end. I can spoil that for you. But there is a minus coming up. I love it. I can't believe they didn't call this. So granted, I was always taught when I was a kid that if you hit somebody after the play, that you deserve to get penalized. So even though Mustafa's hamming it up, I might have given him credit for it. But to be fair, these guys aren't these guys are grown men. You know what I mean? So I want you guys to watch it in real time though, because you don't see Mustafa hit him. Like, I don't see that bump, but you see that. It's well out of it. And Atheist, you're right. Like, he might have gotten the call if he didn't sell so hard, but the sell made it so funny. Anyways, watch 75 here, because you'll see that he just doesn't quite get the edge he wants. Like, he pushes it, or he's the only guy that really needs to hit this block. And you will see all across the defensive line within this game, the Bears got outduted almost literally every single run play. Like, the run plays that worked were when they got away from the defensive line, but the offensive line just did not have the horses to beat this Commanders team on the ground, which is sad because the Commanders aren't exactly like good, but they're good in the defense, or they're good on the defensive interior. So there was some of the running up the middle that I was a little surprised about, because the Bears aren't playing the Texans this game. You don't have the dudes to go beat their dudes, but by doing a lot of these inside zone runs, I mean, you see Jenkins all the way at the second level. Like, the Bears are getting some ground on the ground here. They're just not they're not going to win all five, which can put you in a bit of a hole. So then after that, we get a Velus handoff, which I'm almost surprised these work, because Velus Jones plays such rare snaps that I'm kind of stunned that defenses aren't keying him, right? Like, okay, Velus comes into the game. What's he going to do, right? He's probably going to sweep. And when he sweeps, is he going to get the ball? Well, I guess you don't know the answer to that. But hey, credit to Velus. He beats 37 in a foot race, because that's the job, right? Like, 37 doesn't get to him. Velus makes it look nice and easy. Also, like, credit to Velus, because he could be all out sprinting, but you'll see here, he pauses a little while to set his blocker up. Like, that's actually understanding how to run the ball. Like, most wide receivers don't. But he helps his tight end get into position there, and Kmet goes out, gives him enough of a block to help him, and the Bears are at the 6. Like, that's sweet. But so, let's see. Keith, I think it's too soon to give up. So everyone here still think Fields is the future. Keith, I think that there's plenty that remains to be seen, but this offense is pretty rough. Like, overall, let's see. As soon as they key him, some D will get torched on the back end. I agree with you, Sean, especially because once you use Velus as a decoy, you can get away from him. Joe, he looks especially explosive when he's not asked to run routes, because his route running kind of sucks. But hey, eventually the Bears will have the protection to just send him and throw go balls. At least I hope so. And I tend to think that Velus could do legitimately well there. So here is another example of the Bears getting outduted. It's as simple as it looks, as you're going to see both. Let me see. So you're going to see the entire offensive line shift this way, right? And when they do, I don't know if I think it's just a basic zone run, but specifically watch 85 and 19, because 85 and 19 just get washed out. Specifically 19. Equinemius St. Brown, his man beats him. And Montgomery takes it, tries to go up his side, and gets smoked. And Atheist censored exactly like you're talking about. Like, Bears fans do have zero patience, but also there is an element of some of this stuff. Okay, so envision, I don't know it's the anti-Trubisky, honestly, where Trubisky would do a lot of the things that seemed easy. Trubisky would nail him, and then he would miss on anything that was like really hard, right? In here, Fields is hitting on a lot of the things that are really hard, but he's missing on things that feel so easy that it can start to feel awfully doomy. But hey, can I just point out, because everybody needs to remember this. If you're talking to Bears fans about Bears fans, you got to remember how much suffering a lot of these Bears fans have gone through. They got excited for the 2017 Mike Glennon year because Mitch Trubisky was there. It's been years. It's been years since 2018. Bears fans, many of them are holding on by a thread. So, of course, when they play the Commanders, and the Commanders only put up 12 points, and the Bears managed to lose, that they're going to get testy. So next play we got to break down. it's this one. Let me just let it play, and then we'll talk about it. Because this is that one. Right? Okay, so what happened here? Right? Now, Tim Jenkins, who I've seen some people making fun of him. I love Tim. I think Tim's a great dude and a solid analyst. He is not quite as modern, so to speak, as JT O'Sullivan, not quite as California baby, but this is a wide receiver screen over here, and then we've got Cole Kmet on an in route, and I don't actually know what Mooney's doing, but I don't mind. So you mentioned, Joe, a wide open Montgomery, but believe it or not, so let me back it up a little more. I think there's motion. So watch Equinemius St. Brown here. This is the key. Why does this play happen the way that it does? Watch ESB. Watch the way the defense reacts to it. What kind of defense are they in? Based on ESB's motion, it's clear. Nobody followed him, right? Nobody went with him to there. So they're in a zone. If they're in a zone, what's this guy doing? Well, it's probably cover 3. So he's going to sink back to here. That means that if Kmet can jag his route enough, he should be open. Like, Fields sees that pre-snap, makes the choice. I don't disagree. Is ESB more open? Let me skip to the answer. Yeah, way more open. Like, way more open. But that's the power of the clicker. And a lot of people are abusing the power of the clicker. And we talk about that on this show all the time. This isn't bad at all. I like it. The problem is you can't hit the defender in the face. I mean, that's not even pee-wee ball stuff. Like, you've got to have strong enough mechanics when you're a starting quarterback in the NFL. Which one of these players do you think he hits? Right? Like, which one? You know? Because it's not the guy who's about to stick his hands in the air. It's not the guy establishing position over Mustafa. It's the guy who you'd swear is ducking. Let me bust this thing. Boom, you're gone. All right. That's what's frustrating about a play like this, is that Fields manages to hit the guy who you almost would swear he's aiming at him. Like, I don't know how the ball didn't get up or like get higher. So it's this is a double minus, Joe. You have to put it as double minus because it's a major mechanical flaw, physical mistake or not. Because Kyle, I know you're in here. Like, the most positive thing you could say is that it's a physical mistake, but it is really low. Let me be clear, as an evaluator, if this had gone off of this guy's hand right at the top, you know, and then it had tipped into somebody or like tipped into an interception from there, at least I can blame the line. But this ball is thrown so low that I don't know who else to put it on other than the quarterback, because he hit a guy in the head and you can't move your head. And so it does look like it was low and behind him, Kyle, but I always hate making that assumption because I just don't know. But it would, like, you got to get your arm higher than that. And so, like, again, I am not a QB coaching genius, right? But what I can say is that the head is connected to the shoulders. The defensive lineman is standing up. It's a given. You have to throw above the line. Because BG, like you're saying, I mean, let's see, at least he threw a low crosser this time instead of the non-throw to ESB. Yeah, no, I mean, you could say that. Like, BG, the funniest part about going through Fields' game is that you can see the mental reps that Fields getting. You can see him making a mistake, attempting to fix it, and making another mistake in some cases. But at least they're different plenty of the time. Not always, but plenty of the time. The problem is that I wouldn't say Fields is running out of time. I will say that the Patriots, so it's the Patriots, the Cowboys especially, and the Dolphins are going to be a lot less kind than the Commander is, right? Or than the Commanders were. This was a bad team. Fields should have lit them up. The opportunities were there to light them up. And it's not like his team was doing him favors, but they sure did on this one, didn't they? Isn't Khalil Herbert fun to watch? Like when a running back is really nailing it at the top of his craft. I mean, man, this is sweet. John, you could even go so far as to say Fields ran out. The Falcons do not look easy. He's got 2 games against the Lions, but a lot of the tough ones, right? Like these were supposed to be some of his easiest games. And yeah, exactly. Like Vlad, I hear you. The funny part is that Fields is getting absolutely destroyed on Twitter, depending on where you look, especially because his yardage totals are, I mean, literally they're historically low. We do not need to play games about this. Fields isn't even on pace to throw for 3,000 yards this year. It's bad out here, guys. But there are a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL playing real bad football. Zach Wilson, and I don't want to make this a comparison game, because that's stupid. But like Zach Wilson had 110 yards last week and he looked awful, right? Like it's not as if Fields is the only one, but he's getting a lot of extra attention because Bears fans made a lot of noise about him. I love toss crack. Like this is toss crack. We've talked about this on the channel all the time. The Bears ran toss crack well. Boom. Like you get a great crack block. You get 75, 19, and 70 out in space. They all hit their marks. Boom, boom. It's not 75. It's 85. That's Komet. Yeah, exactly, Pop. We can't make any more comparisons. But so, like, Herbert breaks a tackle. And the funniest thing about this play, let me go right back to it, is the defender kind of helps him out. I mean, these are the kinds of things that you could just never know at the time, right? Where when he gets hit, the defender puts on the brakes and helps him make an almost 270-degree turn, right? And so when Herbert runs, I also want to take a look at this defensive back. We've talked before about you got to make that tackle, and I've talked before about how impossible some of these tackles are for running backs. Where Eddie Jackson has done a better job is that Eddie will stand here where the tackle's makeable, and a lot of other safeties, even at the NFL level, get straight up lost in space. Watch this guy coast before we watch what he does to him. 25 on the backside, he's a corner, I guess, is going to get lost. And because he doesn't cover his lane, he gets blocked out of the play by Mooney, who, credit to him, is thinking. And then he gets danced on for a gain of 40 more yards. Like, these tackles, you can't miss. And so whatever you got to do to bring the guy down, you got to do it. And so when, in my opinion, we see Eddie Jackson or even Jaquan Brisker, like, make a play. And you too, like Atheist, you too, Vlad, when you guys see your safeties, whether it's Hufunga, Savage, whoever it may be, make a play on these kinds of, or like on plays like this, where even if they give it up at the 50, even if they give it up at the 45, if they don't just get danced by the running back, because these are impossible tackles, know that they did a good job. But so then Fields, like, you want to talk about, sometimes it can be a little stunning how fast Fields is. Here's Fields on the other side of the field. Rips straight through everybody to try to make a block. I mean, whoa! Just flies down. But so Herbert from there chugs it. And hey, he may not have a 6th gear, Jordan, but he makes it, but he hits 5th gear. Like, and you got to love that. Let's see. Borum doesn't block a soul. I'm excited for it. Pop, I know what you mean. Bears ran a ton of bootlegs. Let's see. Next Gen said he was the fastest person. Yeah, I believe it. Let's see. Yeah, Borum just gets lost in the shuffle. He's supposed to get the backside defensive back, but he just doesn't get there. Let's see. How many QBs outrun the running back? Like 5. Yeah, probably like 5, Harrison. But seriously, like, oh, this is so dirty. Herbert is so good at making little moves with his feet. Watch the wiggle there. Like, look at that. That's like a double fakie where it's fake, 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 and then just busts through the tackle, doesn't lose enough speed, and just roars. Super fun. Super fun. Yeah, Chi-Town, everybody was having fun on the on the Amazon thing, dunking on the Bears, which was kind of sad. I don't know. I actually thought it was not in good taste. I don't think it's good for the product. I don't even just say that as a Bears fan. I say that as a football fan. Like, I don't think it's good for the product when you have announcers basically saying, I can't believe we have to watch this. You know what that makes people do? Turn the TV off. Like, unfortunately, your job is to kind of be a hype man. Like, that's part of the fun of it, is making the whole thing feel important when we're watching 22 people in pads play a game. Right? Like, it was, sometimes they were just brought their flamethrower out because they felt like they could get viral, but that's just not how it really works, in my opinion. But so, yeah, that's I got a lot of qualms with the Thursday night broadcast that I did not expect to have, because I thought they made a hard game worse. And Derek, I hear you. Announcers have to retain their credibility, but I'm so accustomed to the key phrases that people have for it, where it's like, yeah, the Bears are struggling to find themselves, stuff like that. But that's just me. Nihilist Al Michaels is hilarious. That's a hilarious turn. But so let's see. Bears almost had a total of 500 yards. Yeah, come on. Like, that's the thing. The Bears offense had a ton of explosives. We've already covered like 10 of them. Or no, it's closer to like 7. The problem is that when the Bears weren't exploding, they were doing this, right? So first of all, we should make this clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's a penalty here. And so if it does look like there's too many men on the field, that's because there are, right? The fake's not great, but there's an extra person. So Fields turns, he sees, oh, I have nothing, and just spins. And if nothing else, I mean, these kinds of plays, I wouldn't call them, it's a penalty. So John, you can't give him a plus, but like, wow. It's crazy watching Fields just be a better athlete than NFL players. Like, as a quarterback, say what you will, because I know there's tons of people who would trade. There are real people that would rather trade Justin Fields for Bailey Zappi right now, which seems a little ridiculous to me. But we got 2 games on Zappi. The book's not out yet. The book always comes out. You remember, guys, when they used to call it the sophomore slump, where second-year players usually got worse because the tape came out on them? I remember. So we do need to give these guys more time before we get too hard on them. But so let's see. Like, then 1st and 3, they hand it off to Herbert. Herbert gets nothing, right? Who was the Jets QB last year who was a god for 2 games? Mike White Akusai, if I'm remembering who you're remembering, who was just going crazy. But so whole O-line gets better than here. Watch 94 in the gap, 91 in the gap, 93 in the gap, 90 about to get in the gap. Like, the entire D-line wins, and there's just nowhere for Herbert to go. You can't really run the ball when that happens, which, hey, it's red zone running. Red zone running is always tough. And then this play has been dissected to death, hasn't it? Where they line up, they're going to run a double reverse fake, where they're going to get somebody across, they're going to get somebody else here, pass, minus. So I want to just say that I personally don't actually know who to blame, but I will hang it at Fields with a single minus. Now, not 2 minuses, but I will hang it with a single minus, because I'm of sort of the Kurt Warner mindset of, you can't miss this. It's too open. It's too open. But between that random guy on Reddit and also Ryan Griffin, like, I hear you, Bob. I want to point out that Ryan, in plenty of cases, is like not running fast. It is a little stunning how slow he's running. But also, you're the quarterback. You're responsible for the result. Like, I'm kind of with Akusai. It's wide the hell open. Yeah, donation discussed Trent. He could have picked anything, Ace. He could have said hips. He could have said anything. Instead, he was like, his junk's pointing in. I was just like, wait, what? But, like, anyways, I know most tight ends would run to the spot, but also loft the ball, stick it on his hands. Like, when you don't know if you and your guy are on the right timing, put some air under it, let him run there. Fields does that almost never. Like, because I'm with you, Yogi. Like, it's so to be clear to anybody, it's not that the route was wrong per se. It's that there is some question on whether or not Griffin released late or whether Griffin ran fast enough. Because he is shuffling. Like, when you watch him, he is shuffling, but also freaking hit the throw. Like, and Kyle, we hope so. Right? But we only get the snap we get to see. That's the worst part about the NFL is I wish they could just play like 40 games every night. So we could see like 400 snaps and know, right? But we don't get that. Instead, we just have to watch the game. And John, exactly like you're talking about, Russell Wilson, back when he was good, would put air under these passes all the time. Because when you've got a gimme, just loft the dang thing. Like, you can make it too hard. And Fields looks like he manages to make it too hard in this scenario, which is a little surprising. But that's, I guess, how it goes. So let's switch back to offense. I don't know how we got on the defense. This game is painful, but Elon, it has its moments. I mean, so we obviously screwed that one up, right? Griffin Lee, yeah, exactly, Sean. Like, that's the problem. This play is a perfect microcosm of the problem. Did Griffin do well? Did Griffin look good? Right? No. Fields still has to hit it, And Josh, I hope I'm in the same spot. I hope we can chalk it up to needing more reps. And hey, Kyle, it sounds like you follow me on Twitter, and I got into enough of a spat with him, and we do not need to go there because I was petulant to the point of being not a great role model. Not that you guys need me to be a role model, and I get it, but sassing Ben Albright is not really the brand I'm going for. We can be nicer than that, but Ben in particular was being so pedantic that I was just not having it. Yeah, I know, Ace. I think we are. But what about the kids? But yeah, I know, Josh, right? So then on 3rd and goal, we talked about it. No, we didn't talk about this. Oh, you guys want to see something sad? Like, you guys want to see something depressing? I don't know what this play is. Jordan, do you? You're still in the chat. Like, the Bears run like a fake pick play where they're going to have Mooney come in and then go back out. And they're going to have ESB here and then out, right? And then in. But neither defender switches. And it just looks so bad. Like, there's the in where it looks like a pick play. You even see 30 communicating him. But then ESB goes straight into him, and Mooney runs to where he's not picked anybody because he was never picked. Like, ESB didn't pick him. He picked him. So everybody just ends up blanketed. And Fields, like, that's the first string. Yeah, Elon, I love it. Good play, boys. So then Fields looks over here. He sees a fade to Pettis, right? And he probably could throw this. Let's see. My son-in-law's account. You have a job. Oh, nice, David. That's awesome. But so, like, it's... So there's a fade. And if you wanted to criticize Fields, you could say that he should just throw it. Right? He will get there. But instead, Fields makes something work and gets the ball to the 1. So a lot better than a sack, A lot better than a throwaway because you got a lot closer. But you did, like Kyle's kind of talking about, you did take a hit. So I think this safety does a really good job of cutting the edge off. He takes this away and forces him inside. Fields also almost scores, which credit to him there. The question it just becomes, if you get to decide, do you want Fields to throw this? Because you can, right? Like if he wanted to, he could throw it. But yeah, I think, John, this is a push, but it's almost like a half plus. Just thank you, David. It's a better result than nothing. And the incompletion probably has like a 30%. It's Pettis, but he probably has like a 30% max chance of actually catching it, right? But it's so bad on the actual play. Like Elon said, good play, boys. And I really want to point that out, because the moments that people go, well, his supporting cast is not good. They're not. Everybody's correct, right? Like, everybody's correct when they say Fields is struggling. Yes. The offense has some really weird schemey moments in it. Definitely. The supporting cast isn't good. You're totally right. The offensive line isn't playing well. You're totally right there too. Like, it's all of everything. It's everything of all. For instance, they get to the 4th and goal, and what are they going to do? They're going to bring the devil out of me because they just hand the ball off up the middle. What play do you think they're looking for? What play do you think these guys, since middle school, sitting in a dadgum 6 down front, have been waiting for? They've been waiting to turn around and stuff a handoff. Like, you can sneak it from here. You don't have to. You can give it to Pettis. I don't care. Just don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Because it just makes it so easy. Like, don't do this. Boom. Nothing. So it's worth remembering, hey, Ace, just to make sure we're all on the same page, you got to remember where ESPN's coming from. ESPN only cares about what the pocket looks like at 2.5 seconds. That's it, which is very out of context because the Bears don't throw almost anything in 2.5 seconds. They just don't. Most of the sacks come way later in the down. And I hear you guys talking about like how there was a hole, but you do have to block the linebacker. If you don't block the linebacker, you get roasted. And he got roasted by 55. He wasn't alone either. 99 hits him, 31 hits him, 23 gets in on the action. It's bad play. I mean, literally, it looks like QB sneak blocking. So I don't know what the point was. Like, if anything, maybe Herbert needs to just, put his Jordan shoes on and just leap over. But, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, just sneak it. Or don't. I don't care. Just not that. not that. That's where I'm at with that one. So, next play up. We've got 3rd and 10. Or we've got 1st and 10. 3rd drive of the game. Let's go. And what do we have to kick it off? But a seed under pressure. I love it. This is really good. Because we've got play action handoff, pressure coming, Fields identifies, he's got his one read open, and it is anticipatory as hell. Look at that. Arm cocked all the way back, receiver hasn't even started breaking yet. Tough hit too, as he gets smoked, and the ball is a dart. Like, I will give this one a plus. Easily. It's a 1-read throw. I don't need everything to be a 3rd read throw. Past a certain point, get open and go make a play. Fields reads out the coverage that he needs to be in. If anything, he kind of stares at him. But all that to say, whoosh, bang, chunk play, explosive again, right? Taking a look at Kmet almost gets him killed, unfortunately. Where Kmet is it Kmet? Yeah. Because Equinemius St. Brown engages 90, passes him off, gets to there, then Kmet's supposed to pick him up, and Kmet doesn't even get a piece of him. Like, not even a piece. And then, shoo. Well, that's really kind, David. Even if they don't, that's a really fun thought. I mean, it's nice seeing this. These are plays where I think to myself, just because you engage a bunch of blockers doesn't mean that you actually helped. Like, if you ask me, right? I want to just back this up so we can just like look at this. There is this theory that you can tell the Bears offense has, right? That if we just block with more guys, we will create all of the time we need for Fields to hit the sweet throws that we think he can. But I am a big believer in like air raid spread concepts that you see in college. And look, they don't work all the time. You cannot just ad hoc them all, right? But and I hear you, Elon, that half the time Fields does have all day, but plenty of times you just end up with an inferior blocker in a bad position, like ESB handing it off, or like handing off a good edge rusher to Kmet who doesn't pick him up. Would it have been easier if Braxton Jones just engaged him? Might have been. I mean, it's weird because Braxton's been extremely hit and miss, right? But every time you're able to actually get more receivers out into the field, you can spread the defense out just a little bit more and give your quarterback just a couple more options. But I digress because we're looking at a good play here. It's just that there's this like, I don't want to call it a myth, but this theme you can tell within the Bears pass protection that if we just throw more guys at the problem, we will fix it. And that doesn't always work, right? Jason, that's awesome. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I hope so. Let's see. Warner broke down 17 plays and 15 were dropbacks and 10 of them were clean pockets. It's totally true. Come on. Like, Justin Fields isn't getting unclean pockets all the time, but Lord, like, sent. But hey, the throw was sweet. The other thing worth remembering, come on, is that Justin Fields does make a lot of his own trouble in the pocket. He does. Like, because exactly like Ace said, there's a 46% pressure rate, but Ace, you got to remember, okay, that's stupid. I can't believe I'm doing this. If the quarterback just keeps hanging onto the ball and gets pressured at the 4-second mark, then it still counts as a pressure because the pressure rate doesn't account for getting rid of the football, right? So if you take the snap, you count to 2.5, and you just junk the ball in the ground, it won't be a pressure if nobody was open. But if you hang on to the ball for 5 seconds and then you get lit up, what offensive line's holding for 5 seconds? Not many, but it's still a pressure. It's just a QB-induced pressure, right? And say what you will about PFF, they actually don't have Fields quite as responsible for a bunch of the sacks, but all the same, I think that there is a lot of the pressure rate that comes from the fact that Fields will hang on to the ball for as long as he wants, basically. But so it does kind of feel like he's afraid of forcing turnovers. Come on. I think that there have been some cataclysmic plays that have just gone against Fields that he's trying not to have happen. Bears run toss crack again, and I still love it, right? And since you're right, PFF's not the end all be all, but I always appreciate anything, right? I appreciate any look at it. It's like, to me, PFF is just like talking about Trent Dilfer or Kurt Warner. You get an opinion, right? From some analyst. This one just doesn't have a name. See you later, David. Thanks so much for stopping by. So this hurts because the talent between Herbert or not the talent, but the difference between Herbert and Montgomery is obvious. We've got 55. I've been talking a lot of positives about David Montgomery. Let me be clear. This was his extend me year. This game hurts because there are a couple of these rushing holes where I feel like David missed it, but maybe most importantly, like David sees, or like we can see 55 and 32. And when we wind it forward in a foot race, Montgomery can't beat him to the edge, and this play ends up only going for a few. And I can't help but wonder, he has a blocker there. He's going to get a blocker here. Had he just had the gas to get out there, right? What would have happened? Let's say he had flattened out his angle and 55 was forced to flatten his angle out at well. And then you get them curling up and he just barely beats him or passes through. Like, there are a lot of these plays that I think Herbert specifically, come on, it's funny you say that Montgomery's a superhero lacking sidekicks. I think Dave Montgomery is a Hall of Fame running back, but they slowed his legs down, right? And the hard part is that when you look at Herbert, I think Herbert can't do a lot of the things Montgomery can do. Montgomery's a better pass blocker. Montgomery's a better receiver. Montgomery, I think, is a headier player. Montgomery can cut harder. Montgomery is a better tackle breaker, even if Herbert's underrated with it, right? But Herbert is faster, and faster's enough when it comes to being a good runner. But so it's exactly way more explosive. Exactly like you're talking about, John. There's a lot of time to throw issues here. But so 2nd and 10, Bears run, or first and 10, Bears run the ball. Let's see. Monty's forte, but slow. Yeah. Let's see. Explaining to a Howard lover that Monty's better. I think so. I think Montgomery's better than Jordan Howard, but I also think Howard was pretty underrated. But so this is a super boring run call. I know Jordan, who's probably still in here, is bored by it because we're going to see 91 just absolutely own Sam Mustipher, and the scheme kind of allows it. These inside handoffs test your dudes. It's dudes on dudes. And maybe 76 is going to go win his matchup, but Mustipher, Patrick, and Borum are going to struggle. Right? In this case, it's Mustipher who just gets riggedy-wrecked, passed right off, and then tackled. So sad. But so then on 2nd and 20, we've got a nice little RSO, right? So that's a run screen option, RSO. It's like an RPO, but you've got a screen out there. And let's see. I obviously have my... Did I miss a play? Did I get them backwards? Hang on. I must have just noted... Oh, I'm a dingus. That's what I am. It was an RSO the whole time. I just assumed that when I wrote RSO that he was supposed to hand it off. You could tell it's just a handoff. That's not an RSO. I'm a dingus. It's because it's just a run, and I'm looking at the wrong spot on my notes. Well, that's really sad. Anyways, we're not going to worry about that. So now it's 3rd and 3, right? I feel awful for Fields on this play. I feel really terrible because so there are a lot of people that looked at the ultra open crosser over the middle and said, Fields? Gosh. Fields sucks. No, I don't think so. Believe it or not, I think that this read catches him, right? Because look at the motion. What's the motion tell us? The motion right at the start says that we are in man. So we're looking at a matchup, probably a matchup. We're not 100% sure, right? But this looks like cover 1 because with the nickel following him over, it makes sense that Fields would read it as man. And if he's reading it in man, a bunch set is a great way to get a free release. And the bunch set, when you get that free release, is going to send Mooney down the field and get you exactly what you want. It really is. The problem is this corner blows the coverage. Look, everybody else is in man but him. He just lets him go. That's a blown coverage. It's hilarious because it looks super open, but it's just not supposed to be. I'm convinced because 25 on the same side follows his man like you would probably expect somebody to. He switches. A cover 3 corner would stay on the outside. A cover 3 corner isn't going to follow a man to the inside, and certainly he's not going to run with the nickel right here. But I mean, Derek, you say that Fields is giving, or like, you say that Fields is giving the defense too much respect. The truth is, Fields doesn't have eyes in the side of his head, right? So he can't see this crosser. And maybe if you wanted to critique him, you could say, okay, I think we're going to get the crosser open, right? Like, it's the same thing that if you've played Madden, I know everybody makes fun of Madden. I know. Most common thing that tons of football analysts will say, they'll put their tie on, they'll put their jacket on, they'll button their jacket coat, and they'll say, it's nothing like Madden. You got to stop playing Madden because it's just not like that out on the football field. It's not, but the pre-snap decisions that you make are pretty similar, depending on how you play Madden. You can take a look at this play and say, all right, I better love the go because I've got a crosser, and if it's man, I still think he's going to get open. Right? Like if you get somebody fast enough, you would assume that as long as that guy's in normal man coverage, that your guy could give him a little bit of a shake and get across, right? Because exactly like you're saying, Derek, I completely get what you mean. It looked bad because he didn't expect him to mess up, but also you gotta, okay, so Amazon does that stupid thing, right? Where they'll show catch probability and they'll be like, what did they say? That Fields had like an 18% chance of completing that deep ball to Pettis? Like, I don't remember what they said. But what you got to know is that this right here, that go ball, what do you guys think? On a good day. Because I bet you that's a 35% completion percentage. Like, I love quarterbacks that'll attempt it. I think it's a sweet throw. When you hit it, it's awesome. Obviously, it's a huge play. I'm all about huge plays. But on 3rd and 3, right here, that's a low percentage throw. It's like taking an elbow jumper. He did, Kyle. That's the thing. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's a hit that, like, it's a play that Fields can hit. I want to be so clear. Fields can hit it. It's not he can't. This isn't Trubisky where it's like he's looking but he knows he can't do it, right? Which, hey, Trubisky balled out. Like, no disrespect to the MVP. Like, had a great second half. Even outdueled Brady. There are so many little monikers that he can put there. But he's even. He's leaving. It is not a bad decision. It's not an objectively bad decision at all. It's just a matter of, is this easier? Like, was this easier the whole way? Even as a quarterback, because the one spot that I will disagree with Kurt Warner on, because I have seen this too many times, is that there are plenty of situations where I have seen quarterbacks get to their 4th read first. They will take a look at the play, they will convert it, and they will say, based on this defense, I think this is going to get open. And it's not normally where teams go with it first. We've seen Fields do it, where Fields will take this concept over here. Not literally, but like Fields will take something that is smash route, corner route, and an alert on the top. We saw this in the Texans game. And he says, you know what? Normally this right here is read 0. It's my read number 1. And that's where I'm going to look, right? But like you're saying, Kyle, this to me is something you do when you're winning, not when you're losing or tied. I would rather see you get the first down. But can I be honest? We're only complaining because the throw was missed, right? Like, the only way or reason we're complaining is because the throw's off. And I've seen Fields hit this throw a few too many times to just, like, destroy him for it. I agree with you, John. I think it's a push. But another thing that doesn't help is that Patrick gets smoked. So could he have hit this had he not been worried about the pressure that just about knocks him over? Maybe. Like, I mean, gracious alive. They come in with a stunt, and they just wreck the Bears. Zoom. Now, let's take a look, because I bet you this is more than 2.5 seconds, right? This is where things are hard, like when we're talking about win rate. So I'm looking at my time code. You guys can't see it, but this is 19:26:23 for when this play starts. We're at 27. We're at 28. We're at 29. He releases the ball at 19:29:43. 14. And so that means that it's about 2.8 seconds, right? Pass block win rate would call this a win. They would say you should have been able to get the ball out. Could you make the argument that Fields maybe was a little bit late? Maybe. But you also don't want your guard to get styled on by a stunt like this. Patrick recovers a little bit, but like that's one of those reps where the quarterback feels it, you know? And so that's not good. Let's see. Is this where the left side of our line forgot to play football for the rest of the game? Yeah, just about. So does Fields hit it if he's completely unpressured? I don't know. But it's like, definitely it's worth, I don't know, asking, I guess. So then now we're not quite at the halfway point, but we're getting there. Yeah, all the jokes about 4 hours. You guys were right. We won't talk much about this run play because 94 just whoops Borum. And it's a pretty meaty, or it's a pretty, what I tend to call muddy run over here, where it's not like, wow. Like Borum doesn't get anything. He gets completely controlled by 94 the whole way. So if Herbert wanted to avoid that, he should have attacked inside. But it's a pretty muddy run. There's not really a good read. And as the running back, there's no way to throw the ball away, so that's about as good as you get. Derek, like you're saying, 2.8 seconds is slow by league average, but it's the kind of time that the line should be expecting. I agree. I also think on deeper shots like that, Fields probably could do a slightly better job of uber anticipating it. If he's already going with the go, just throw it. Like, get to the 2.5 second mark and lay the ball out there. But that's my 2 cents. 94 is going to look nice in orange. By 94, do you mean, oh, this 94? We already have one, and he doesn't look great right now. But so here's the 2nd and 10 RSO that I've tried to talk about too many times. And I like Fields' read. Like, these are quick balls. Yay! Like, simple RSO, sure it is. But it comes out quick. The Bears get 6 yards on 2nd down. 6 yards on 2nd down is great. I want the Bears to do that more. I don't really care how it comes. Like, the 10-yard, the 12-yard, the 15-yard, the 25-yard strikes are sweet. But 6 yards on 2nd and 10? Yes. Thumbs up for me. Whatever the Bears can do to generate more of those settings is strong. Rob, would I be able to create a rule of 0 to help describe our current defense? Adamola, I don't have the 100 hours to put into a rule of 0 video, but that is hilarious. Quality joke. But so, let's see. Oh, this play is messy. So this is the one where Kmet comes across. Mooney also comes across. It's 2 deep overs, right? And let me see. Just like a post and then like, I don't know, kind of just a stupid seam. It's not anything specific. And Fields can do better with this throw. Like, it's crappy. Don't get me wrong. But this is also a really awful play call. So it's 3rd and 4, right? And I don't know what they thought they were getting. Like, maybe they thought they were getting zone. But neither of these routes is particularly strong against man, right? Also, Fields' footwork kind of sucks on this throw. And Tevin Jenkins does a great job of escorting his man directly to Fields. So you feel like Fields was just kind of saying, screw it, I'm going to toss it and not take a sack. These are the tight window throws, Kyle, that I actually want to see more of. They just need to be more accurate than this. But let's get back to the routes here just a little bit, because I do have more to say about this play. It wouldn't be Robert's stream if he didn't have more to say. So Fields sets his feet in this direction and releases the ball in, I'll be more literal, it's like here to here, right? Let's see. Hey, Michael, thanks so much for following. Great to see you. But so the happy feet are a worry for sure. When people talk about problematic habits or how this line could create bad habits in Fields, this kind of stuff is what we're talking about, because Fields is bracing to get hit, right? And he throws the ball better than a sack. Step up. But the throw's so bad, it almost gets picked. Like, it actually is too far behind the corner, or it would have been picked, right? And that's not ideal. Now, about the routes. So Rich, you say that Fields should have gone with Pettis, who had one-on-one coverage. It's 3rd and 4. I just critiqued Fields, and I did mean it, for not throwing. Let me see. So where's Pettis? Is Pettis the one right there? I just critiqued Fields, and I meant it at the time, for making things harder on himself, and I don't necessarily want him to throw a go ball. Actually, John, I would probably push on this one. You can give him half of a minus if you want to, because the other problem that I have with this is that these deep overs that the Bears are running, so it's like zoop and then zoop, are not open at all, and they're not man beaters, right? The Bears get lined up in, and whatever's on this play, there isn't a single person on this, in this play, maybe Pettis, if you really feel it, right? That is actually supposed to beat man coverage. And if they were better, maybe they do. For instance, you get a safety that's attacking down onto Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet's just freaking not open, and he never is. Waleed, I understand what you're thinking, but let's see. Because I can see that maybe you need to throw, again, another one of those lows where the ball comes out. I'm happy the ball comes out. The ball goes to where Fields wants to go with it, which is Mooney, who, Waleed, to your point, is also NFL open. You lay the ball out for Mooney, and that's fine. He doesn't lay the ball out for Mooney, and the ball ends up getting tipped because it's an awful football. Let's see. Oh, you're right, Akusai. If he hits Kmet right here, it's short. So he lays the ball out. I think you said it well, Derek. It's a push in the decision. It's a minus in terms of the feet, which sucks. And Rich, you're right. Fields could have looked at Pettis, and if he didn't like it, he could have gone back to Kmet. But that assumes that he's like Tracer in Overwatch and can see the play, rewind time, and do it again. And honestly, the first quarterback that figures out how to do that is going to be freaking awesome. At least whenever the time warp's not on cooldown. But until then, all you get to do is read out the defense and take the first play that you have in mind. And I don't blame Fields for not immediately taking the outside go. Frankly, if he had, I think I would have been more frustrated with him at the time. Try to make things easier on yourself. He did. Mooney didn't get open. Hey, I will say this. It frustrates me watching Mooney at this point, because I do think Mooney was dramatically better when Allen Robinson was in. Or maybe part of it was Nagy. Maybe some of the reason that I liked Nagy originally actually had some merit. It's hard for me to tell because I have to remember it, and that's the worst, right? But Mooney breaks in, breaks up, breaks out, and gets no separation. Now, it's not really a man-beating route, but, man, that's pretty good. And Derek, maybe it was, but at the very least, I'm thinking that even with Andy Dalton and with Nick Foles, Mooney was able to get open. So maybe there was something there. But yeah, when Mooney is getting the attention on offense, it is not going well. So this is the pre-half drive. We're just going to sort of walk through this one. I'm not going to speed through it, but remember that this is situationally not your normal drive. This is the one where they've got 30 seconds left. And so Fields, if there is one thing that I would talk about, let's see, you thought Mooney had enough leverage. How much more can you get on that route against man? Waleed, that's a good point. You probably would have to push off or something like that. And then, that's probably illegal. But at least he threw downfield. Do I think Fields' height works against him? Downfield vision. Fields isn't short. He's 6'3". When Fields breaks out of the pocket, I don't know. I don't want to be like that guy on Twitter, Buff Llama, who pointed out something ridiculous, because it's not here. It's really more when Fields gets to there that he gains a little bit of time. And if he wanted to loft something over, absolutely nobody's here. But whatever. The only reason I even point that out is because this was probably the clearest example that I saw. Thank you, Trey. This was probably the clearest example I saw of Fields pulling his eyes down. right? Where he sees pressure and he actively stops looking at the field. Like he looks for a way out of the pocket and he's literally going to look for the pylon from there, which is fine. That's what the line is to some extent doing to him. Like I get frustrated watching like this. Oh, no worries, Trey. I got you. But so the problem that I have watching these is that it's not as if I don't understand why Fields is learning the lesson that he is, right? Within a lot of these plays. Like, yes, I have some critiques, but also there are a lot of moments where Fields is waiting for something to develop on like a vertical concept and everybody stems for 15 to 18 yards and there's just nothing going on. Waleed, let's go back. You mentioned on the previous play, did he hold it for too long? I need to remember exactly what they were doing. So Fields looks at the corner the entire way up the field. Let's see. Is it... I got the wrong play. This is a couple downs back. Be patient with me. We're going to see him zap back into the pocket. So the Bears will run a lot of like pseudo vertical stuff where they go there, and the best option's probably Pettis coming outside. Looks like that. I don't know what that is. But he's going to stare at the corner the entire way. And to be fair, if you watch this safety, the corner route is kind of a muddy read, if you ask me. Because you've got Mooney, who, hey, if you want to say Fields is staring down Mooney, not going to stop you. But the whole way up the field, the safety kind of gives cues that thing may be open. And then as Fields goes to throw it, he realizes that this corner is coming off. So it's the right look. Because so long as you would think that this corner is going to stick to a dig route that comes inside right there, the corner route may be totally open. And in fact, Fields has gotten criticism in the past from not hitting looks exactly like that one. The problem is that it doesn't come open. So Fields just ends up staring there, or like staring at it with nothing to throw to. That happens a lot in this offense. So you tell me, like, should he have gone to one of the many checkdowns that's on this play? Maybe. But the corner does a good job recognizing what's coming and getting off, if you ask me. That means, in theory, that the other piece of this is open. Let's see here. That means that the dig route is open, but by the time he sees the dig, or would have, should have, could have seen the dig, he's under pressure because Braxton Jones bumps into him instantly, or not instantly, but as soon as he would have hitched and thrown to the dig, he gets hit. Because you got to remember, in my experience, and I don't have a ton of experience, but in my experience, whenever the quarterback finally checks off of a read, they hitch, and then they throw to their second read. So he doesn't do that. He doesn't get a hitch, and then he tries to work out of the pocket. Which, I don't know. To me, it's a push. I think like you're saying, Waleed, you should have thrown to the dig if you could get there. Kyle Birch, great to see you. Thanks for subscribing. But I don't think Fields had a realistic chance of getting to the dig. And I'd tell you if I think he did, but I think he does about as good as he can if he could just keep his eyes downfield and toss the ball. But that's me being nitpicky, because at the end of the day, he's avoiding a really bad play. It's a hard thing, it's a hard thing to do, but better QBs get it there. Waleed, I will completely accept that it's a hard thing to do and better quarterbacks get it there. It's not something I'm expecting Fields to do right now. Maybe that's not great of me. Feel free to have an opinion on that, guys. But I look at Fields in these scenarios and I know what I'm looking for him to do, and instantly hitch to the dig isn't one of them, because that's just going to be like a wrist throw that I see. You'll see Aaron Rodgers do it absolutely all the time, but you won't see Dak Prescott do it. I don't think Dak gets that ball there. I think Dak takes a sack. So am I trying to limit Fields at Dak? Not really. I think that, Waleed, that's the thing. I think Fields can be more too. I think he won't be more today. Does that make sense? It's that word can that's so important. On Thursday night, the 6th game of his second offense with a crappy supporting cast, I don't think Fields was going to quickly shift to hit that throw. There are some of the other things that I want to see Fields do that I don't think have anything to do with him getting to his 4th read or making a quick adjustment. And I'm sorry if you feel like I'm belaboring the point. I know you said in the chat that you think it makes sense. It's that I think that there's a lot of the mental pieces of his quarterback play that I'm not expecting him to be all the way there. I'm just expecting him to avoid the major pitfalls and hit on the big plays, if that makes sense. And that isn't a major pitfall. The interception, that was a huge physical mistake. Not throwing to the early dig route, that was honestly a major mental pitfall because it was a completely unnecessary sack. This play is ridiculous. So the Bears are running another one of those like kind of weird 3 verts. So like vert, 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 and it clears out for Pettis. Now, should Fields have gotten the ball out? I think so. Pettis is already open. I don't know what Fields is looking at. I literally don't. Like, maybe he's looking at his receiver. Maybe he's looking at the safety. But Pettis is open. And I understand that Lucas Patrick has already lost. But in many of these cases, you see the ball come out like there. I know. Power the clicker. I get it. But you will see when the receiver flattens out, the quarterback will loft the ball to about there. And you've seen it on the broadcast a bazillion times as floaty throw over the middle, and the receiver runs under it and then just races up the field. Like you're saying, though, Derek, I think Fields' eyes are getting stunned by pressure, right? It is tough. It is there. But I think this is where bad habits are honestly starting to, I don't want to say set in. Let's not be too scared, right? But if there's worry about what Fields is going to do behind this supporting cast, it's that in moments like this, they're not helping Fields get any quick win, right? So Fields does a decent job getting the ball out. I mean, it would have been a negative play had he taken a sack. He doesn't take a sack, so it becomes a push. If Fields did that on every single sack, I would complain a lot less. Don't take the huge hit if you can avoid it. Get the ball out if you can. But let's be clear. Because this is what I think I need to make sure is said. Bailey Zappi, if he didn't get the ball out, I would be, as a Patriots fan, I would be killing him because that's his game. That's his game, is being quick on it, right? Mac Jones, being quick on it. Justin Fields, we know he's slow on it. I'm only expecting him to ever catch up. I don't ever know if Fields is going to truly play faster than everybody else, a la Aaron Rodgers. I think his feet will literally make him faster. I think his arm will allow him to make his receivers feel faster than the other team. I only ever expect him to truly get to in rhythm. There are some quarterbacks that can play faster than that. Great. That's probably not going to be Fields' game. But that doesn't mean he won't be successful, because it's not as if he's the only quarterback that's only played on time. People don't talk about the fact that, and I know what I'm about to say. Fields and Lamar Jackson are not the same. But Lamar Jackson was late on a ton of stuff as a rookie. A ton of stuff. In his second year, he was still late on a good bit, but he caught up in a large way. I expect Fields and Lamar, to some extent Fields and Allen, but Fields and Lamar to be kind of similar in the development as a passer, but that's looking at the mental game, and a lot of people are going to be way too hot takey when they hear Robert Schmitz compared Lamar Jackson to Justin Fields, because they're just going to see two guys that run and make the absolute assumption that I'm saying that they're only runners, and I'm not. I think Hurts is another strong example, Ace, honestly, of somebody who held onto the ball for forever and a day, and now he's finally getting it. Now, they gave Hurts one of the best supporting casts. Are the Eagles in the running forever? They're certainly in the running for best of the league right now. That offensive line, juiced. Dallas Goedert, awesome. Devontae Smith, amazing. It's great. But so, anyways, yeah, exactly, Akusai. This This is going way too slow. So Schofield does a real sad job. Just gets owned. It's on the other side. Jason Kelce is a joy. Watching Mahomes play football is really something else. But I feel like we just have to talk about this topic. Like, I know it's belabored, but this was one of those games where you walked away going, yeah, defense, Fields. Tell me about him. But so then on this second pass play, Jason Kelce. I thought you meant Travis. I think Travis is awesome too. But so this is one that Tim Jenkins criticized Fields for, and I feel really bad. It is 2nd and 8. The ball is on the 7-yard line. Why are we running a swing, a curl, a seam, and a go? Can't we run something normal? Like, am I being crazy? Because it's 2nd and 8. Like, yes, Braxton gets beat in this case, but like Tim Jenkins pointed out, you got to hit the curl route. I actually think the curl route would have been modestly hard to get to, because once I saw this safety going up, I would have assumed that he was just a normal safety bailing out into a cover 2 setup. Like, I don't know why I would have thought to myself, this curl route's open, because in cover 2, that would have been right there. Instead, Fields sees that they're dropping into zone. He adjusts to a go ball on the outside, and then he gets cranked from behind. To the point where I think Tim Jenkins was like, you got to have a better throw. But, I mean, hard for me to say you got to have a better throw when you get hit as you throw. That's just getting hit as you throw. Braxton survives not very long in the wide world of things. I think that Fields could let some of these things go a little sooner, by the way. Like, let's see. So he takes a look at the defense. He turns back and then just I guess he does start loading the throw. We can play a little bit quicker. I would push it, because when you get hit or as you throw like that, especially on a go ball, I'm not going to blame Fields, so to speak, but I do think that's the kind of sleep deprived Jenkins, so he's less constructive. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, that was angry sleep deprived Jenkins too. But so we got a quick screen to Valus, which is like just kind of goofy, because again, Valus hits the field. They check the ball. They throw it to him. He gets a bunch of yards. Velus Jones, kind of a yardage machine. Like right now, every time Valus is touching the ball, a good thing happens, unless he's doing it on special teams, at which point almost assuredly a really bad thing happens. But Valus, as much as I know it's easy to make fun of him, every time he gets the ball, they pick up a bunch of yardage, which it's not like they're running screens, pop passes, end arounds to Velus Jones. I mean, the most obvious and easy thing to run. The only thing you would expect Velus Jones to run. And I'm just howling with laughter because he keeps picking yardage up. But so now we've got an I formation run to you say costing censored. You mean helping the tank squad. Like, Velus Jones is playing 4D chess. So Montgomery looks a little slow on this run. I could show it, but like Akusai said, we're really working, or we're a little too short on time. It's not that Blazing Game has a bad block. You just want Montgomery to get through the hole just a little bit sooner, because there's so much daylight if he's past him already. He's not. He gets tackled. Makes me sad. Censored. It's Galaxy Brain. Every single loss is getting a little bit closer to a sweet receiver. And we did cut our tank fodder Drex, but he took the L. Let's see. Jones picked up a first down or a touchdown on every placement on offense. He's kind of like, yeah, exactly, Aplo. I mean, he's been kind of going crazy out there. But so Bears run curl flat. Fields throws on time. Look at this. It's a low throw. It's the throw we wanted. Zoom. Boom. Like, it's hilarious because it's there, but it's 4 yards on 2nd and 7, and now we're looking at 3rd and 3. Yes, please. It's a push. It's not like good. So I know you're saying it's a touch late. It's like an absolute touch late, Kyle. But the throw's placement is exactly where it's supposed to be. If you're going to do that, you got to leave it down. Yeah, I know, John. I know. Somebody talked me into, Trey, are you still in here? Because somebody talked me into how sweet it would be if the Bears got the second pick of the draft. Okay, so this is the galaxy brain, right? This is the galaxy brain, John, where you don't get a top 10 pick. You don't get a top 5 pick. You get a top 2 pick. And then you use that to trade down. You go down to like 8, maybe like 7 or something like that. You get an extra first, probably 2 seconds, and maybe even an extra pick on top of that to fall just a couple of spots. And I'm with you, Kyle. Like, if the Lions or somebody trade up from there, you can. But then 7 or 8 puts you in the Jordan Addison range. Like, at that point, you're feeling great. Like, now you could draft Jordan Addison, you could trade down, or like you can take some sweet players in the second round. Your roster gets a lot better. And hey, I'm just saying, James, if they do somehow manage to get a bunch of this, so 3rd and 3, by the way, they run like a little toss out. I love their toss outs. I love them a lot. Oh, Derek, this plan, you could get more than that in the draft simulator, easily. Leatherwood better than Braxton Jones. Braxton's been complicated because he's definitely not looked good, but it's hard to say that Leatherwood's any better. I love watching Mooney get involved in blocking. He's like 170 pounds if he feels good on that day. Borum just gets enough with this arm. I know it sounds like little stuff like this doesn't matter, but jarring the player's head, as stupid as that sounds, is enough to help kind of create some bad angles. Montgomery takes advantage. First down. Love it. Will we ever win a Super Bowl, Moon Bars? I don't know. JSN is going to be a hell of a slot weapon, but I don't think he meshes with Fields. I'm just going to say that. We will talk draft another time. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys all about this. I'll tell you about it later. We got enough going on. But in my opinion, JSN is cool. He's popular. He went to OSU. I would love Garrett Wilson if we could. We can't. I would love Chris Olave if we could. We can't. Jordan Addison is a straight-up slot guy, and that's fine. The Bears just don't need that. They can use a lot more guys, even second-rounders, or Jordan Addison. Sure, but there are players that they could get that aren't that they're not. Yeah, exactly. Quentin Johnson, really not a bad idea. At that point. So, anyways, 1st and 10. We got a PA pass, and this is as easy a bootleg as you will ever see. And look, I'm going to say the stupidest thing on the planet. But this is the easiest play of Fields' season, and he makes it look that easy. Fields has it open, easy toss, literally right in stride, not a Hall of Fame play. This is a push. It's so open. But, I mean, unpressured, open receiver, that easy. I'm here for it. Sure. Yes. If anything, it's nice to see that the quarterback isn't just going to completely botch something or create a botch. Yeah. I'll take 9 pushes. Honestly, John, no negatives, and the Bears are moving the ball. Somebody mentioned it earlier that the Bears had 400 yards of offense. They did go, they did move the ball up and down the field. Because do you guys realize what's coming? How well do you guys have this game memorized? But so the Bears go ESB handoff, and why doesn't it work? The answer is simpler than you may think. So they get man coverage, which this play is a little bit worse against man. But if you do get man, it's a foot race, right? So it's a foot race to the sideline, and shocker, ESB's not gonna win a foot race. And so Pettis has to come inside to block the guy in man, and then passes out. Or, like, he passes the guy out. Hey, corner does a good job. Like, it's easy to make everything sound like it's because our offense sucks. This corner does a really good job recognizing, oh, shoot, that sweep is coming. Breaking really well. Look at this. Like, I'll take it in slow motion. Hits the back and just breaks forward like an alien. And then makes a sweet tackle. If he doesn't, it's probably actually a solid couple yards. So you got to tip your cap to the defense when they do well. It's not always that the Bears suck. Sometimes it's that they're just like that you just got beat by another good player. And then we get the sugar huddle touchdown. I love the sugar huddle. Check out. So I want to show you guys what it looks like when the Bears get set and snap it. They have two guys still on the field. They are barely set at all. They're still discussing what on earth this is going to look like. The corner's not even set necessarily. And Fields takes the snap, hits the back of his drop, throws literally immediately. Bang! Touchdown. Thought Pettis was totally... Okay, I have a hot take. I don't actually know if Pettis caught this because I don't think that second foot came down in bounds, and I don't think he had it on the first catch. I thought he established, and that was his first foot, and the second foot comes down out of bounds. But they kept it on the board, and I don't care because I'm not about to go out there and prove it to anybody because the rep from the quarterback is solid. The throw, okay, so look, the throw is really good. It might not be like perfect, but it's really good, and you take it. So I thought he had to double catch it, but that was just me. Let's see. First foot was when he caught it, and then the second foot, yes. But so the ball hits his hands there, but I thought he caught it there. I just remember watching it because all I've got is my memory of the angle. But like you're saying, censored. I didn't think it was a catch either. The Bears are due. That's probably true, Kyle, but I've seen weirder called. Braxton gets owned again. So let's go snap to throw. Let's count. Snap comes at 31:14:09, 31:15, 31:16, hit. So 31:17. It is from snap to throw, 3 seconds exactly. But this is where pass block win rate and whatnot. I think they just favor West Coast quarterbacks because there's a lot of this stuff that like the ball comes out in 3 seconds and that really doesn't feel that bad for a 40-yard pass. Obviously, it can't take you 3.5 seconds to throw a dig route, but 3.5 seconds and whatnot, I like the 3 seconds, hit the back of the drop, throw it, 7-step drop. You want to see them hold up better. I do feel like Braxton Jones is worth replacing. Look, I'm not trying to hate on the guy. We've talked about it. I think +2, and like with pressure, I agree with you, John, completely. And I would have told you to do it myself. But so the main thing that I would look at, like I hear you, CJ, Braxton needs to only squat. I think Braxton can be a swing tackle. I think Borum is actually showing a little bit more at right tackle than I thought he would. Can I be honest about that? Like Borum still mostly looks like a swing, but he looks, I think, a little better than Braxton does. I wouldn't mind if the Bears took a second-round pick and put it there. Now, this play will drive you mad, right? This is a slant. Quarterbacks don't read slants. When you make the pre-snap decision to throw a slant, you throw the slant, right? If you got to junk it, you junk it low, just like we talked about. Fields doesn't throw it. And he takes a completely unnecessary hit. And this is one, honestly, this might be Fields' like second worst play of the game. Like this is one of those play. This is the play where when Fields needs to get better, rip it. You're thinking about it, do it. There's an open lane. You just have to rip it. Because Eric, the linebacker's over here. The throw is going to come right about there. Like maybe it comes. Oh man, I'm really trying to draw a straight line on command. receiver is going to intercept it about there. Radcon, it's not that he has the yips, it's that he comes from Ohio State and high school where all his guys were better than the guys across from him. Throwing tight windows like this just isn't something that he normally needs to do. And not to mention, exactly like you're saying, or like Pop just mentioned, Eric, this guy's a spy. He's just trying to make sure Fields doesn't run. And so he's not necessarily playing the pass. You've just got to throw it. Like, it doesn't have to be a catch. That's what's so clear. I'm going to write that, right? Gosh, terrible handwriting. It doesn't have to be a catch. It's not that these need to be completions. You just can't hold the ball on that. Like, because Pop, to your point, he often had to throw to his first read at a very high percentage. Yeah, you just take a step back, you throw this. On Sundays, you throw this. Like, have I seen the Kurt Warner videos? Haplo, I haven't, but I tend to think am I agreeing with him on accident? Because that's usually a good thing when you hear two analysts saying the same thing. Tends to be good. I have noticed if I can just call the guy out. Trent Dilfer is doing everything he can. Trent Dilfer is also going on, or has a, what do you call it? Like a consistent get spot on 670 The Score, and he seems to have some kind of incentive. I'm not saying he's paid. I'm saying he has an incentive to be very positive about Justin Fields. If he's negative about Justin Fields, he's just the same as anybody else. But Dilfer being positive about Justin Fields gets him play, and gets in play around Chicago media. You got to take him with a grain of salt. Warner, I think, is just talking, for better or for worse in some cases. Let's see. Yeah, so he has to throw that on this. Let's see. On this play right here, it's an RPO read. Fields reads him, comes down, and let's see. Ooh, Derek, that's a good point because I just skipped past it. I think that there's a chance that Fields saw the linebacker and panicked a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe he saw 31. Maybe he saw 52. But you just got to throw this, if you ask me. It is as if Fields decided that he was going to try to run out this lane and just didn't want to throw it. But in the NFL, you got to throw that. And you know what? Honestly, you need to have these kinds of mistakes because, in my opinion, once Fields has these mistakes, we can see if he was repeating these mistakes. He got called out on national television for not, quote, just ripping it. People can act like that doesn't matter, but it does. That's the kind of stuff that gets Justin Fields' sister to say, man, do you know what they're saying about you? And then it gets Fields to practice it. Not that he wouldn't already, but it gets him to say, man, I just got to find a way to do this, right? Exactly, James. The only one that can change Justin is Justin. This kind of stuff does need to happen. It's not about, this is who Fields is. Or maybe it is. We don't know. We've got minimum 11 more games. Probably 28 games with Fields. If things go really south and we're talking minimum, we're probably talking 17 games from here. Usually third-year quarterbacks that really struggle, if they really struggle, only get 6 games. But I don't think the Bears are in position to draft a rookie necessarily. Even if they're at number 2, I think that there's a very strong argument that if they loved Bryce Young, maybe that's one thing, but if they didn't love Bryce Young, but they wanted to make their team a lot better, they could do exactly what the Giants are doing and take a bunch of talent and then do the best you can with your quarterback the year after that, and then find a way to get the quarterback once you've already got a roster ready for him. All right, so 3rd and 8. This is a weird one because it's a sweet run. It's a plus play. I'm going to make you list it as plus, John. It's the only way that's fair. But so who's worse, Wentz or Fields? Wentz, probably. Wish we got Dable. table was awesome. QBs of most success are the ones going to good situations. Yes. So Fields to me gets stuck. This is one of the spots in the game where I think he just makes the flat out wrong read. You've got curl, 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 right? That's the play. Okay? So it's not complicated. But when Fields first watches this, they're going to drop into like a cover one that's going to completely cover Kmet up. And once Fields sees that, I want his eyes to go from A to B over here. That's what I want. Anyways, I don't know necessarily if that's the way that a quarterback should do it, but I actually think that this is a fair ask, because when Fields takes the snap and sees, okay, Kmet's covered, then if he then takes a look at this corner, he can check basically, are they in cover 1 or are they in cover 3? And if they're in cover 3, like they are here, this is the only curl that's going to possibly be open. And so if Fields theoretically hit his drop and had already shifted his eyes to the outside, that would have been one thing. But he didn't. And so you only get one choice. Since they're all curling at literally the same time, here, here, and here, you only get one. He picks Kmet. Kmet's like not even kind of open, but then he ducks past a tackle, speeds past everybody, and gets the first down anyways. I'm going to give him the first down because if he had been coached to take that middle read first, and it's impossible for me to necessarily know the way that they're coached. I can tell you what I think he should do. I don't know, right? I'm not in the room. I can't pretend. At any point, if you disagree with me, you're allowed to, because Kurt Warner is an NFL quarterback. He can say whatever he wants. But I'm not. I'm just telling you what I'm watching the player doing and what I think maybe they should do. But so Fields spends so much time looking at this cover 1 safety, it is bizarre to me, or it's cover 3, that he stays on Kmet for as long as he is, because Kmet was never going to be open. But the fact that he gets past this is awesome. The fun runs to me, Jordan, they're not anything college fun. You watch so much college ball that I can't imagine the NFL isn't a little on the boring side to you, especially when you're talking about the Getsy Flus offense defense. But I like toss crack. It's simple enough for me. It's as gap comes, but when somebody runs it well, it's awesome. John, honestly, that's cool to hear. Hey, maybe I am Kurt Warner. But anyways, let's see. 1st and 10 run. Herbert's just a dog. He got that dog in him. Look at this. Takes a hit, takes a second hit, sprints out and gets 7 yards. Awesome. Let's see. Which throw was it, Haplo? Because honestly, I am a little curious. But so, just a basic fullback run here. Fullback toss. Zone run. Herbert just makes it work. Which you gotta love. 24 runs hard. 24 runs fast. 24 breaks way more tackles and starts to look like a little pinball back there. Because, how does he not go down there? I don't know. He just doesn't. So then on the next play after that, we got another run. They just give it to Herbert, and Herbert goes right into the hole. Yeah, exactly, Elon. That's a quality run. But so, credit to Herbert for just finding the hole on something like this. 91 just owns Mustipher. We've missed or skimmed past a couple times where Lucas Patrick got wrecked. I'm not going to miss this one. Rip, says Godzilla. And Herbert just presses his way forward. Gets what he can. So, now, it's 3rd and 1. And, spoiler alert, it's a sack. Right? But, you tell me what Justin was supposed to do here, because I have looked a couple of times and I don't really know. So let's look at it. I don't actually know what they were supposed, like, I would love to tell you what the call is. It is Herbert coming across, ESB, and it looks like Mooney pretty much in lockstep with each other with another deep over, and then Kmet coming across the other way. So it's a whole bunch of crisscrossing, but like point to your favorite open receiver because Kmet's about to deck his teammate right here. He's not open. He's not open. He's not open. Like, not even Sunday open because this is the drop. Boom. And his footwork already sucks because Braxton's already getting whooped. Like, zoom. That's not good. But which receiver is he supposed to go to? Like, I mean, I don't actually know. Like, exactly, Derek. His best option is to pick at somebody's feet to throw at him. But what I'm really trying to point out here is that from a play call perspective, who's it supposed to be? Like, normally, as you guys have seen on this channel, I can point at the concept and I can say, this is what they're trying to do. But I don't have any idea. Like, I don't know what it is. Is it a pick play? Is a pick play supposed to develop for that long? I don't think so. This is really bad. This is really bad. Like, somebody had to do the wrong thing because ISM in particular is running right along with Mooney, and that doesn't make any sense to me. It looks like they're almost. Oh my god! If it's mesh, I'm gonna die. Like, if it was an elongated way to get in a mesh where that's the spot route, that is ridiculous because it shouldn't take that long. Like, people will criticize Justin Fields' time to throw, and if it takes, let's see. I'm just going to get to the mesh point from the snap. So, snap at 51:50, 53. We are still not there. Okay, so it took 3 full seconds to get to here. This is like the action in mesh. They have to actually run past each other for mesh to have happened. You're supposed to do this off the snap. Like, this is horrible. Like, look, I've criticized Justin Fields a good bit, I think. Like, I think we're being as fair as we can possibly be. And these are the kinds of plays that you look at, you go, that's not his fault. Like, there is nothing he could have done in this case. Because, like, on one hand, Harrison, I want to blame Braxton, but it shouldn't take you 3 seconds to get mesh to the mesh point. Like, you need a full second after that at least. Like, let's see. Once you get to, like, there, you're at 55. So now you're looking at, like, 4.5 seconds. It feels like bad coaching, Derek. Like, it's kind of play calling because you tried to get into mesh in a creative way. And Fields has run a lot of mesh in the past. I get it. But whatever you thought would work on the practice field did not work in the game. That's for sure. Because the receivers just didn't get there at all. But so, let's move on. Let's see. Does Luke think he's got the best O-line in the world? I don't know, Cool God. I think, if I can be fair, you want to talk about the big problem here? So, let's see. I think the biggest issue is that Fields... Oh, man. So, Fields likes to throw... Fields doesn't want to throw short. So, JF minus. Fields doesn't want to throw short. I'm just going to encapsulate it in that. So... Getsy says, oh gosh, too much writing. Throw. I'm horrible. The point is, Getsy doesn't want to, Fields doesn't want to throw short, so Getsy tries to fix it by having the O-line block for longer, and then Fields can throw longer. But the O-line is really bad, so they can't block for longer, which puts Fields under pressure. And Fields, under pressure, is really struggling. So he looks for his open receiver. His receiver isn't open, which then puts Fields back under pressure, and then ends us back at trying to do short throws, because at least short throws you can get stuff off the line, and Fields doesn't want to throw short. Like, the biggest problem the Bears are having is that there is, like you're saying, Derek, some of it's experimentation, definitely. Some of it is also an ultra feedback loop, right? Where it's Fields having an issue, and the solution is to put more weight on the offensive line, who's bad. So you put more weight on the wide receiver, who are bad, and so you put more weight back on the quarterback, or you put weight on the running backs to do the running game stuff, and then everybody complains, and also good teams stuff you. So now you have to put more weight back on the quarterback, who doesn't want to throw it short, and so then you put more weight on the offensive line, who doesn't block, or does not block very well, definitely doesn't pass block very well, which means you need to ask more of your wide receivers who have nothing to give you. That's how you end up with ISM playing a major role. I could keep going in the circle because that's the point. I wanted to go through it at least like once or twice, but it's a feedback loop, and there's no point at which you say, man, this guy. Like, why does the defense look better than the offense? Because Eddie Jackson is the dude. Like, I don't mean to put too much on the guy, but like, Eddie Jackson is the dude. And because of that, the defense has a point where they say, but at the end of the day, it comes down to somebody who's playing just about as good a possible safety as you're going to get. And so the running backs can't stop him. That's okay. The safety will cut him down. We're struggling against the passing game. That's okay. We'll just put Eddie Jackson over the top of Kyler Gordon. The offense needs their Eddie Jackson. They need that person that you say, hey, but at the end of the day, just throw the ball up to Nuke Hopkins. He'll come down with it, just like Deshaun Watson did forever, and with Will Fuller. Like, the Bears don't have that. They have Darnell Mooney, who's not really earning that. I will say though, for anybody out there, like Vlad, I don't know. First game of the year, a huge 50. I mean, okay, Vlad, it's funny you mentioned that because you talked about 49ers beating the Bears. The truth is the 49ers were destroying the Bears until Fields found that 51-yard pass. And then it sort of staggered. I mean, not to get all video gamey, but it's like it staggered the 49ers, and they were able to cash out 2 more touchdowns in just like a blitzkrieg that came off of the next drive after that, a pick, and the following drive after that, and then they got shut down again, right? And so I feel like if you ask what is you ask how did it happen, I would blame the 49ers offense more than I would blame the 49ers defense, because the Bears were about to end the game with 150 total yards, and then that one play smoked the 49ers. And yeah, exactly, John, you're right. Then the sky opened up, and they said, no 49ers come back for you. So it was kind of the perfect storm. But anyways, I can't believe, if nobody made that joke yet, we as a fan base failed. Back to the breakdown. But so here, it bums me out just a little bit that that the Bears don't pass against this. Because look, as a fan of the passing game, this is so easy, but they don't. That's okay. Oh, they do. I'm an idiot. Let's see. Am I looking at the wrong drive? Yeah, you must have been, Derek. Great passing look. This one's for Dadjet. Yes. Thank you, Elon. But so, let's see. Wash corner just didn't get caught. Nice little run out to play. Covered up. Oh, I remember now. So sorry. Man, this one really got me, huh? So the Bears are running either an over or a straight curl. It's hard to tell. But This corner drops off and covers it up super duper well, while this receiver just goes and takes the top off. If you want to know the biggest problem with running two-man routes, it's the fact that you hit a stage where near the end of the game, Washington just takes it away. They say, you're not getting me with that one. And they're right. I mean, you're not. So Fields does a good job of understanding, well, if there's nothing to gain, then I'm going to go gain something myself, and goes and gains like 5 yards. Again, I would probably, John, I would list this as a push personally, just because I do wonder, asking give it a half. If only because we have to judge the play call. We can't necessarily say it's on Fields that they're calling 2-route concepts. And if you want to, you can. But most quarterbacks don't get 5 yards on this kind of play, in my opinion. But yeah, exactly. If we're running 2 routes, how are we letting people through? Man, you ask. I don't know. So Fields checks right there. Oh, that's what happens. Oh, this is on Fields. This is a minus, isn't it? Fields checks, and then he doesn't get the handoff right. Now, I don't know who would have been correct, because it does look like a pitch. So maybe he didn't check. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a minus. But it looks like they're blocking for a pitch play right here. And Fields goes with one hand. No, he goes with 2 hands to pitch it, I think. Like, he's got the hand off the ball. I don't know. I don't have any idea. Maybe it's a bootleg. It's not. It's a clear run play. I have no idea. I want to know. Like, there's no way, Worm Food, that it's a designed like Fields run. No way. Fake pitch QB power. I mean, no way. It's a clear broken play. One of these two is wrong. Fields obviously thinks that I think Fields thinks it's a pitch. Either that or Fields gets to a spot and realizes he's not going to get there. But it's totally a broken play. It's a pitch. Watch Borum. It's a pitch. Borum thinks it's a pitch. There's no way they stretch-handed it off to Montgomery. That would be ridiculous. But I think it's a pitch. So I think Montgomery screwed it up. But then at that point, Fields turned around. Obviously did not work. So let's watch the pass. But if you are faint of heart, be careful. I thought Fields' career had just about ended. I mean, like, you want to talk about life flashing before his eyes, and I do think it affected him. This actually makes that 35-yard touchdown run way more badass, if you ask me, because the knee clearly affects him, and frankly, I'm shocked he's healthy. This was like a Brady knee moment. Like, this was a horrible hit. Straight on the knee, no less. So, what happened? I can't say. Yeah, I think Jenkins looked like pushed him into the runner. Yeah, Jenkins definitely gets. Jenkins tries. It's Mustafa that gets danced. Surprise, right? Swam on, and then Fields gets hit. Honestly, Ace, I did too. I didn't say that already. I thought his season was over. I was like, whoa. Now, I think it's Emir Smith Muhammad, or it's Emir Smith Marset, ISM, that blows the spacing on this. Because every time I've ever seen this called, the what do you call it? Like the crosser needs to go lower than Smith Marset takes it. He kind of turns it into an over. And just check this out. Like, moving up, you can see the spacing on this play doesn't make any sense. Like, There's no way for a quarterback to throw to either of them. They have both covered each other up, or at least ISM has covered Kmet up, because there's no way to hit a layered throw to Kmet from there. Like this, yeah, James. Oh, that makes sense. You read the game. I don't know if should I apologize, because it feels like maybe. Maybe you check this down to Montgomery, but I feel like that's asking a lot, because Fields should be able to play, to use a term that JT O'Sullivan says a lot. You should be able to hit the back of your drop, hitch at least once, and then make a decision. That's what he talks about. Like, your offensive line should give you that. So if you're complaining because the Bears' offensive line is getting smoked on this case, then you got to ask the question of, are we calling too many of these deep passes? Are we martzing him, basically? But Fields hits the back of his drop, steps up past a rusher, like he washes that rusher out, and then he gets cranked. And again, I thought his season was over, but I struggled to pin this one on Fields, because to me, it's more about Mustipher getting smoked with an assist to Borum. Because Borum gets beat, but Fields steps up past it. Credit to him. Like, honest, legitimate credit to Fields. He stepped up past a rusher, and I'm here for it. The only problem being, he then had to go into runner mode, and he almost got his knee torn off. Like, oh, that would have been so bad. So not good. So we need Nagy to call the plays and Flus to coach. Oh, CJ, don't get too close to suggesting Nagy to come back. But so he reads DB coming down. It's another RSO. The read works out, and and Montgomery gets a couple of yards. We take 6 on first down. Very, very, very basic. Let's see. I thought it was Justin was dead twice. I assume it's the deep pass censored and that one right there. Cause yeah, they were nasty. And honestly, like, the worst part is, so Washington's defensive line is pretty good. Don't get me wrong. But imagine this, where that's Micah Parsons. That's DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, that's before we play the Patriots, who are really, really good. Like, the Cowboys are going to be really, really rough. And I'm not like a Dallas fan, but the Cowboys game could be really, really rough. Basic pitch, zone pitch. I like it when they pitch the football. Give me that rugby vibe. Go get some yards. Plus, I think the pitches really help the Bears' offensive line, because they put the linebackers and corners to the test, as opposed to the defensive line. Harder for the defensive line to make a play on a pitch play. Yeah, Haplo, that, like, rough time for a primetime game. Though, maybe Fields finds something, but I don't know. I don't know what he would find. I don't know what there is to find. The Patriots are really good. And it's like Bill Belichick up against a relatively rookie quarterback. Wasn't that sack QB low, and maybe it should have been a PF? Like, yes. I think so. Envy dice. That, like, it should have been, taking a second look at it. But aren't all of Washington's D-line first-round picks? Yes, they're just not Micah Parsons, who's like 2 players, because he's crazy. But so we've got Montgomery getting jam stuffed. I would like to get the offense done by the 3-hour mark, which I'm sorry. And then again, I want, after we watch this, to watch Bailey Zappi. That's our goal. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but for all the people who are wondering what the surprise is, I do want to watch Bailey Zappi, not only because we're going to watch him on Monday night, but because I want to see what, like, another rookie looks like. We spend so much time watching Justin Fields, you get used to Justin Fields' cadence. Can we all agree with this? It would be nice to see some All-22 with fresh eyes on what another player looks like. Because when I watch Zach Wilson, I actually see somebody who pretty much just looks like Fields, if you ask me. Different problems, a little bit, but a lot of the same. I mean, Justin Fields' track. This is another podcast moment. But so high school quarterbacks are like high school, going all the way through here. High school quarterbacks at the lowest level, because we've got to talk NFL, right? FL goes down to CFB, but it all stems at high school. It's not about comparisons, Pop. It's about just watching different players, seeing what other people do well. And at the high school level, teams have started to make the quarterback like TD or CD, so touchdown to check down, right? And that's hit high school. So now you put one of your best athletes at quarterback, you have him run like the veer or something like that. And Pop, was it Trubisky or was it Pickett or was it, who was it? Actually, I don't know. But so that's at the high school level, and it has dumbed down a lot of the reads that quarterbacks make, and then they shift up, right, to college football, now running this offense. So they're not running pro style stuff in college near as often. So they hit the NFL about a year behind, right? Is that even so surprising that somebody like Ohio State would ironically be about a year behind, because you're playing in a college program that's running a college offense, like a very college offense, like a read one guy and then throw it here. And Justin Fields has gotten accustomed to reading those players because they were so wide open and the concepts were so simple and you didn't have to make those into tight windows, that unsurprisingly, it's going to take some time. Now, I don't want to lean into the Josh Allen comp that everybody is, right? Because not everybody, but the Bears fans, like all us Bears fans, want Fields to be Allen because Allen's awesome, right? But exactly like you're talking about, James, like Burrow, Mac Jones, Tua to some degree, like those three hit college coming out of a relatively professional offense. Herbert is an alien, and I look at Fields thinking Fields has a lot of talent so far that I'm seeing. Fields does need a lot of time. It took Allen 3 full years to really wrap around it, right? Like really catch up to the NFL, really find his stroke from an accuracy perspective. And Fields has the accuracy at times. He needs a little bit of stability around him, if you ask me. But I'm not about to say, like, I definitely think Fields is going to be super good. It's more that I'm trying to say that year 3 quarterbacks, so that's the key, right? Is high school to college to pros has slowed down a little bit when it comes to quarterback mental development. So guys like Trey Lance, guys like Zach Wilson, guys like Justin Fields, I think are going to be more common than meet the eye, where you don't get that Gardner Minshew jump because they're good at running the air raid, and that means that they can check the ball down and take advantage of what the defense gives them, a la Zappy, which is what I expect to see. Maybe he impresses us. But what they will do, like those guys will pop quickly and then they will fade, a la Minshew. The guys like Fields or maybe Allen, or like certainly Allen, but hopefully Fields, Wilson, Lance, a lot of talent. But it's going to take them time, and they've got to catch up. Like, what is it? Lance would have been in his first year starting, his second year in the league. Fields is now in his second year starting in a brand new offense. Zach Wilson's in a good scenario, and he looks a little better. And we could definitely talk about Trevor Lawrence. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is the brand name for a reason, but it's more that I did want to just take a minute to talk before we talk about Zappy about how I do think quarterback expectations are starting to get out of balance, because we saw Mahomes kill it in his first year in the league. But wait, that wasn't his first year. That was his second year. Still, he killed it. And so everybody saw him, and then they saw Herbert the year after that, and he killed it. And then they saw Burrow after, in his rookie year, it took him 57 passes to throw for 300 yards, dominate with Jamar Chase. Everybody, look, I hate the microwave society thing. It makes me, as a millennial, feel like I'm listening to a whole bunch of people over 65, nothing wrong with anybody over 65, complaining about the younger generation. Everything is a matter of convenience. Football fans are frustrated. There are 31 NFL teams that don't win the Super Bowl every single year, and a lot of them are getting rowdy because they've been bad for a little while. The Bears are one of them. So I don't blame a soul in Bears Nation for wanting to see for wanting to see results quickly. But so let me see. Like at that point, I exactly like you're saying, McFact. Mahomes had excellent coaching, a great team like within this, and Pop, I'm by no means suggesting that old people did anything wrong, by the way. Like I think a lot like it's not anti-old people at that point. It's me talking about the fact that I understand why folks are frustrated and why folks are really really I don't know, impatient, I guess would be the word. I do think quarterbacks take time. I think a lot of people want to make the case that if they're not good immediately, they will just never be good. And most of the time, that's true. But I do think that most of the time it's true because most of the time the team doesn't get better. Like the problem is basically, will the Bears ever be good enough to make Fields good? Because I do think that stuff matters. Look, how much did Tua really change? Right? Did Tua change? Or did they just add two guys that were faster than everybody on earth? Right? I think that stuff matters. How much did Hurts develop? A good bit. How much did the team around him get better? A lot. And so you look at these kinds of questions, or I think you look at these things, because to use an example, John, you mentioned quarterbacks are developing faster than they used to. By chance, are you talking about quarterbacks like Justin Herbert, who had Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen, Mike Wallace, and a bad offensive line, no doubt. But if memory serves, in his first year, he had Hunter Henry. In his second year, he was not lacking weapons. Mahomes walked into a Hall of Fame tight end and a Hall of Fame receiver, as well as a couple others. The Burrow was good, and he had T. Higgins, and he had Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd probably might just be the Bears' number one wide receiver. Like, as much as we would goof on it, Tyler Boyd is a very good player and is just smushed by better players in T. Higgins and then Jamar Chase, who's one of the best players in the NFL. Is Kirk Cousins better, or does he just have Justin Jefferson? Like, there's a lot to this conversation, right? Where you look at this and you say, okay, how much should Fields really be doing? Because the players that are succeeding, like when you look at the quarterbacks, are not normally on bad teams. Like, Haplo, you say Cousins is hands down better. I think Cousins looks exactly like he has for the last 2 years now. His team is just kind of juiced, and that's okay. Good for him. Like, and Pop, you're totally right. Like, then you get Devontae, then you get Rodgers without Devontae. You also get Devontae inside of Raider Nation. But I actually think those teams are rarer when you load them with a ton of the same teams, or like when you load them with a ton of talent and they collapse. It happens. Denver. But it's, I think, rarer than, oh, look at this. We we put a guy that could play with another guy that could play with another guy that we could play, and they're crushing it. Like Tannehill. When in Tannehill's really good years in Tennessee, you had a guy who was always considered underrated by most of the people that actually watched him, which isn't saying me. That's saying that there were a bunch of fans in, I think it was the Jets, right? They were like, he's actually really pretty good. I think Gase just ruined him. And then he went to Tennessee. He paired up with A.J. Brown, with Derrick Henry, a really good offensive line, and cruised. Let's see. You said it's like watching the Jets versus Green Bay. What happened to Rodgers raising the talent around him? It doesn't look like it doesn't happen like people think it does. You need some talent. Green Bay has no passing games over Dolphin. Thank you, Akusai. Green Bay has no passing games over 250. Yeah, that's the point. Like, Tom Brady and the Bucks are not getting along, and it's too simple to just say Brady sucks now. Like, age was going to catch him eventually, and I know certainly his divorce situation is complicated, but you can't just separate the, let me see. Yeah, no, he doesn't have anybody, Ben. Like, you can't just separate Fields from the fact that the Bears roster is unilaterally awful. Like, I know there are a lot of people that want to, but you can't just separate the fact that the Bears have a roster that is unilaterally bad, and they have a totally separate, they have a totally new coach, they have a new coordinator, they have all sorts of stuff. Like, honestly, John, I think that's a grand question. If you put somebody like Tannehill, who you would think is a relatively good, or not relatively good, but even just meh. If you put Jimmy G on this roster, what happens? Let's use you, Vlad. Like, put Jimmy G in the Bears. Are they any better? Are they worse? Like, I'm actually not trying to thump for Fields here. It's more that the only things that are working within this Bears offense are the things that happenstantially Fields tends to make right. The offense is cracking off like one good run a game over the last two, and other than that, it's very meh. And it's just weird. Like, I tend to think that we get the same result. I think, Ace, that they look different. Right now, the Bears are crazy in explosive plays, and they're very bad in efficiency. I think the offense gets a little bit more efficient and dramatically less explosive with that, where you end up with, like, a little better. Exactly like you're saying, Jimmy would get rid of the ball quickly, which I think that the other quarterbacks would do, but I also don't think that the quarterbacks would hit some of the downfield shots. And I also think that the receivers would end up, my honest opinion, I think the receivers would end up either in the wrong spot or dropping some of the passes and actually creating more turnovers. Like, that's the weird part, right? Where I think that just because they're throwing the ball faster doesn't mean that anybody's getting more open on some of these plays. But that's just me gut feeling it, you know? I don't actually know. Like, because to your point, Derek, okay, my toxic trait, if I have one, is that if there was some way for Justin Fields to sit a game out against, like, to play one game against the Lions and then sit a game out against the Lions, and then Trevor Siemian plays, just for experimentation, I, a scientific mind, would be kind of interested. Now, there's no good way to do that. Because anytime you do that, not only do you lose a game's worth of like Fields development snaps, but you also potentially risk creating some kind of a quarterback controversy. And the last thing you want to do while Fields endures all this abuse is do wrong by Fields. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I am not at any point, can't make this clear enough, I am not at any point calling for a benching. I am saying that, like you're suggesting, Censored, it is my toxic trait on, I want to know how much worse it really would be. Would it be? Because there are some of these third downs that Fields is converting where nothing is open. Like, there are a lot of these third downs we've talked about. The first one of the game, we criticize Fields for not throwing it. Nobody's saying Siemian completes it, right? He just attempts the throw and doesn't take a sack on first down. So it's weird, right? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like we're getting these 3rd and 10 scrambles where you take a look at the all-22 and you go, oh my gosh, nothing's open. And if you put Siemian back there, it would just be a sack. So Siemian would take a sack that Fields got out of, and then Fields takes a sack that literally nobody else in the league would take. And it's a complex mess. But yeah, exactly. Shorter passes better in tight windows. That's probably what I would expect, Pop. The question then becomes, when Siemian gets that sugar huddle wide open downfield, the 40-yard pass. Yeah, John, he's talented, but raw. Anyways, let's finish the game. Because now we're starting to edge into the fourth quarter. Fields hands it off. Montgomery gains a good couple of yards. I like the fact that they have Velus come across and not take the ball. It's so simple. But check this out. Velus, now one of the most efficient players in football. 1, 2, 3 guys are all staring at him. And so now you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 less guys actually involved in trying to stop Montgomery, and he's able to go toe-to-toe with a 5-man box instead of an 8-man box, pick up a bunch of yards. So now it's first down. Let's see what we got. I loved this play. This, to me, was Fields getting a lot better, believe it or not. So, JT O'Sullivan talks about this all the time, that you need to make sure when you come out of your rollout that you take an angle sufficient to throw the ball away if you need to. But so, within that, he comes out of this rollout and just spins the ball in Kmet's general direction. Very safe throw. He takes a bump, which totally sucks. But that is legitimate growth. It's not a plus, John, because we're still keeping count. But it is a good play, or like it's a good play and a good development from Fields to go from 1st and 10 just to 2nd and 10. I will take it. You can see from the back angle, the Bears started blocking the end on a lot of these runs. They started, and I actually preferred it when they did, because when you block that guy, you don't have to worry about this, and then you don't have this happen. This is becoming a common way to play these formations on defense. And so if they're going to keep coming at you, just block the guy. Teams aren't just cheating on our bootlegs, Kusai. They're cheating on every bootleg in football. Bootlegs aren't the plus play that they used to be. They're not a negative. They're a net neutral based on current data. Here we give it to ISM, and ISM trips over Braxton Jones because for some reason, Emir Smith-Marset refuses to make a good play. Like, I hate to dogpile on somebody who got cut, for crying out loud, but it is hilarious watching just how often, like, that Emir Smith-Marset gets the ball and just fails. Eric, a better chance of Fields developing a short game than some QB developing a deep game at this level. I actually think that's the really interesting qualm here. Fields is the anti-Andy Dalton. Fields is the anti-Brian Hoyer. Fields is, what if I didn't do any dink and dunk, and instead I threw it deep almost all the time? Like, I think it gets really interesting when you have that conversation. What is he going to end up? Because he is a quarterback at an extreme. It's just an extreme that we haven't really seen a lot. Exactly, Derek. The anti-Alex Smith. Ridiculous physical talent. Like, ridiculous arm strength. Ridiculous, oozing big playability. But not taking any of the short stuff. And so we'll have to see what happens. I love getting to empty. I hope they keep going with empty. I really do. Like, I think every time they go empty that it really is sweet. And I love it. And it helps spread the defense out. Look at this. Now you know you've got man over here. You see a ton of space between that corner. Like, these corners, they're men. They're likely in cover 3, if I had to guess. But the throw is awful. You can't blame empty. But this throw is bad. It's just super standard. Clear out, hit stick, right? And so Fields sets, throws. He throws badly. Man, Patrick gets stunted on and absolutely wrecked. And you can say what you will about the offensive line, but you really want your quarterback to hit this? Like, this, because throw this ball. If you hit him in stride right here, he turns upfield, and I literally don't know when he stops. Like, because that corner's following him. So you may end up with a race to the pylon. Maybe he wins. Maybe he loses. But this is a bad, bad throw. But I like the play call. Fields makes the right read. Like, this is a minus in my opinion. Let's see. Did he rush it? It looks like he rushed it a little bit. It also looks like he got way wide. Like, his feet are this way. His feet are going crazy right now. His feet are trying not to get... Okay, so his lower body is trying not to get hit. His upper body is trying to get rid of the football. And that is a bad habit. That's something that has to clean. Like, it's an extremely open stance. And the ball ends up all over the place. But it's tough for a quarterback to set his feet where he's getting, fairly or not, when he feels like he's getting hit all the time. All the time. And that's something the Bears are just going to have to sort out. Like, I love empty, though. I think that really helps because I personally, then they take a delay of game, which is really bad because 4th and 11 turns into 4th and 16. This, I can't put it not on the quarterback. Like, it reminds me of the Mitch days where a lot of those delay of games ended up looking like they were on Nagy. I mean, the timeouts, the delay of games, or the timeouts leading to penalties stuff persisted. So maybe this is on Getsy too. Maybe the Bears just botched the hire twice. I mean, not impossible, but until further notice, it's always something you put on the quarterback. And so I'll put it on the quarterback that they just didn't get set. They didn't get the snap off. That sucks. Then it's 4th and 16. I'm sure we all know the play. It's a throw right here. Protection's just all right. It's pretty simple. Just deep post, big curl, into the flat, and a dig, right? The throw, kind of a seed. That makes sense, Akusai. I'll take it. Like, Eberflus blame must have hurt. Dog pile onto poor Sam. But the throw is short of the sticks, but all the same, it's nice. I wish Fields would play these first downs like they were 4th downs. Because, like, good Lord. Like, this is what frustrates me, right? We used to watch Mitch's accuracy cone that was just kind of all over the place, 10 yards downfield. But it feels like Fields, more often than not, can just put the ball on a line and just smoke his receiver. Now, does this DB get a hand in? Really hard to tell. Does ISM just drop it? Probably. Would it have picked up a first down? Probably not. So it's moot, but it's a sweet throw. It's the kind of throw that I would look at and say, I really want to see more of this, but I worry that Justin is going to see throws like this and assume that he just shouldn't throw these because they're never completed. Does that make sense? That's my biggest worry, is that feedback loop we talked about. Like, I want Fields to learn that this is a good idea, and I assume positive reinforcement helps that, right? Yeah, you're right, Cody. I think they did. Sean, we're yawning and burping because it's 11 p.m. and I have a child. I have a 7-week-old child, so I'm exhausted. But Bears. Anyways, I think it's a talent gap problem. I totally do, Censored. I also think that the Bears, I don't want to say they're in a hole. They're not in a hole. But as far as showing Fields that you're doing the right thing, I worry that they're sending the wrong message. Also, can we talk about how the Bears' biggest free agent signing? Oof. Watch Lucas Patrick here. Oh, man. Oh. Like, yikes. Look, should there have been a throw here? I honestly didn't notice, because this guy's beat so quickly and so cleanly. Zoom. It looks like Mooney's covered. Let me go back. Yeah, CJ, I'm kind of in the same spot. There's nothing necessarily suggesting that Patrick is going to be a league average center. Let's see. Fields looks. He should throw this. I don't know. Because if he throws it there, obviously don't do that. If he sticks it on him, maybe. But you usually can't just stick it on a guy like that. Oh, he's going to the check down. No, I like that. I like that he's going to go to the check down. That works. Like, okay, I don't like it. Let me check it down. Smart. I'm here for it. James, I don't think the Fields thought he was going to get smoked that quickly either. They're lucky it didn't come out as a fumble. But, man, oh, man. There's so much tape, at least from what I'm seeing, where, yes, Fields is making mistakes. But it really is pretty stunning how often the supporting cast around him is making it harder. Like they're certainly not doing him a lot of favors, and when they are, it's like Herbert with the sweet 65-yard run, which is helpful, but it's not helpful for Fields. Oh, here's another one. Out route, deep out route, and it is nice. Like, let's take a look at this. Hits the back of his drop. Here is the throw. He's starting to throw before the breakdown, or before the receiver's broken. Releases it. Very open. Very nice. I would give this a plus, personally. I think that 14-yard outs are not easy peasy, so to speak, especially when they're, that might be a little more than 14. I don't know. May not be a plus, just because it's like 10 yards. But that's sweet. Like, that is a sizzling throw. Like, Haplo, I actually think that when Fields has the time to go 1, 2, 3, he can do 1, 2, 3. That's ultimately what I want to see Fields get to. I used to have a moniker that I gave to Derek Carr where I called him a 1, 2, 3 reader. The video never came out. But the way that I put it was Carr would look at his first read, he would look at his second read, and then he would check it down. 1, 2, 3. I would like to see Fields get to that point where he goes 1, 2, 3. And the 3 being obviously the check down, get the ball out. I think he can do that. Like, I think that that's within reach. Because like Kurt Warner's saying, on that first read, he's sizzling. On that second read, I think he can be quite good, especially going forward. On the third read, just get the ball out. Don't make a problem for yourself, right? Because plays like this are sweet, but you got to pick your battles with them. Like, look at this. I mean, it's silly, but this is superhero stuff. Like, this is crazy. Let's see, was there anything open? Because I just watched this one and I went, it's the Superman run. Oh, good. They did it again. It's another fake screen by the looks of it, because Fields throws a hard shoulder pump fake, and you're going to see him come up here. So it's supposed to be a double move that gets out there. It just doesn't, right? Where Fields throws the hard fake, it's a fake slant, into a double move. And so then when Pettis breaks out, they switch on him. They're playing cover 4. Good for them. Like, cover 4 is the ideal coverage against this exact play. So you see Pettis on the fake get somebody to bite, but then 25 picks him up when he spins around. Like, 25 started to break right there. He goes, oh, shoot, he's coming to me. Gotcha. So then Fields breaks out, sees all the room. There isn't really anything there. There's not a quarterback in like history that's going to plant and throw to there, like to Pettis right here. When he saw quarters, he should look off the double play pre-snap and go to the strong side. There's a wide open receiver. Let's see. I wonder if he means this. Let's see. Because that's fine. I didn't actually see the Commanders play quarters. So I'm curious as to what Kurt means when he's saying he saw quarters pre-snap. Purely because, Haplo, I really want to get this kind of thing right. And the Commanders have played more cover 2 than they've played quarters. And where he's running is a cover 2 beater, right? So once he sees quarters, this is the moment he realizes he's in quarters, right? Because this happens a lot. At least I think so, where you'll see a quarterback get stymied, but they thought they were generating an anti-cover 2 hole shot right there. And I think Fields was 100% ready to throw it. He just didn't have it there. I would have thought cover 2 also, because I don't normally see corners play quarters from that depth. But I'm also not an NFL quarterback, so don't take my word too seriously. Kurt Warner is going to be a better voice for that, especially since Kurt Warner actually understands like how you go through it with 3 deep to the other side. So if he double fakes the CB past the receiver, not biting the double move, I mean, you totally, like, you're right. It's more to suggest that, yeah, exactly, Noah. It looks to me like quarters, CJ, because there's a zone pass off involved. But man, beats one, gets around another, wins a foot race, gets out of bound at the 5. That's sweet. Super sweet stuff. I would love to see the Bears players play a little bit more off the scramble drill. I do feel like sometimes it literally feels like it's just Fields out there, like when he's running. But God love ISM with the big block, as our own Akusai points out. Then on this play, this one made me real sad. Because, so, as far as the play goes, it sucks. Like, you get a pseudo pick curl route right here, because it's a pick aside, right? So you're going to have Mooney in the flat. I don't even remember what Pettis is going to do, so we're just going to circle him. You've got 17 ISM. It looks like he's loosely trying to run a corner. And then you've got Kmet in the flat. And so when Fields goes with it, he goes with his strong receiver side. Lord almighty. Pettis just gets jam stuffed. Because Pettis, it looks like, is actually supposed to be running a corner. And if you watch him, let's make sure we watch Pettis for a moment. Pettis just gets worked and converts it into a curl because he got owned, right? So, Fields, seeing that there's nothing there, because Fields takes a look, he wants Mooney, but Mooney is doubled, and that is idiotic, trying to throw to Mooney. So he's going to work out to his right and try to see if he can draw and dump with Cole Kmet. That doesn't work either. There's 3 defenders over here, but he takes a snap look, and remember, Fields is trying to play fast, right? Let's give him credit where credit is deserved. Fields is trying to play fast, has been since the Giants game, right? But so when Fields goes here, this man falls off, picks him up, and there's just nothing here. So who's open? Can you see him? Because this same player made major Twitter headlines, all over Twitter headlines, for the 4th down play, but it's this 1st down play where I think he was actually open. Like, do we see, I've given you guys a chance, do we see David Montgomery? Let's take a look at that again. So, we talk about the power of the clicker. I kind of wish that given Fields' protection, because they're only rushing 3, that Fields had checked and said, oh shoot, they just drop 8'd on me. Like, I've got Montgomery on a check and release. Let me check it down to him. Because right here, Montgomery is about to check and release. And it has happened so often that in settings like this, you will see a quarterback. It's hard for me to get a good look at it just because in anything where Montgomery's actually headed out there, Fields is breaking to his right. But you guys have all seen, right, where suddenly in the red zone, quarterback flips it out to the running back, and then running back hops on in. Let's see. You have to pick one side of the play. You can't come back to the other side. Haplo, I get it. I think more than anything, I'm just annoyed because this is now the 2nd time that Fields has had something open on the backside on one of these pick-asides and not had something open on the front side. But part of me thinks, okay, maybe another way that I would put it, Haplo, is I don't blame Fields. Better, this is the way I would put it. I have it now. I don't blame Fields, but a more experienced quarterback tends to find these where they understand, I just got hit with drop 8. I should check it down because when they've dropped 8, they don't have near as many guys. They'll have to rally tackle, and I'll take Montgomery in a rally tackle situation. So you're right. It's a push from Fields because smarter people than me have mentioned so. but it's something that I would have loved to see converted. Thankfully, Fields does give the Bears 2 shots at the end zone. Like, it's not as if Fields lacked the opportunity to get in, right? And Ace, if you're still in here, I am a little annoyed that the Bears needed the last second flurry to try to beat the Commanders. Commanders are not good. But, hey, Fields did what he could. He drove him down. This one, Tim Jenkins put on Braxton Jones. I never know who to blame when it comes to like QB deflections, for crying out loud. And it just always feels so weird. Like, I'll put it on Borum for not punishing the guy, but I think that sometimes the defensive lineman just makes a play. Can we talk about how this throw is like super nasty? Like, okay, so you mentioned taking off right up the chute, CJ. That's where, if you could rewind time like we can, that stuff looks a lot better. Within this, Fields is just trying to throw to the flat. And I actually think it's a good idea, because if he gets the ball to him, Mooney has a chance to turn up and get in the end zone, but it's a nice, safe completion in the red area. Like, that's always tough. Like, I will take it. Let's see, the previous play where they only had 10 men on the field. Haplo, this is just for you. This is also the play that Tim Jenkins got very mad about because Darnell Mooney shows some emotion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 at this point. Maybe you're saying it was the one before then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, I don't know. That's 11. That's 11. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here. This throw, kind of crazy. It's just going to be Pettis on a corner route, but all the same, Fields looks. He doesn't like what he sees from Mooney. So this was 1. He gets to 2, right? Gerald, I'm wondering the same thing. And then Pettis spins back around because it looks like Pettis is running an up and in. And then he flips it out right here. And he makes this throw. Boom. Puts it to a spot where only his guy can get there. I actually think, John, that I would list this minimum half plus. Your discretion on whether it's a whole plus. But this was a gnarly throw in a very good way. Because Fields found the throw that he should have, or that he found a makeable throw, which in the end zone is super hard. And he put it right where his receiver could get it. Like, it's DPI, and that's the only reason it's probably not Pettis' third touchdown catch of the season. Touchdown machine, Dante Pettis. But gracious, like, this throw is pretty bananas. Puts it right on him. It's broken up. Heartbreak, I guess. And the Bears push to 4th down. And this play has also been analyzed. Maybe not all the way to death, but at least half to death. Where Mooney runs the route awfully shallow for a man beater. No, Noah, I don't blame Pettis for dropping that one, but that throw is crazy. That you couldn't walk out and hold the ball in a better place, I don't think. But so Mooney runs the route. He beats the man, but he throws it shallow. So Fields picks the correct club, puts the ball on his number 1 wide receiver, hits his number 1 wide receiver in the hands, and it's broken up. And you just got to give Darnell Mooney some credit, because Darnell Mooney understands that, we're tanking here. Not really. I'm kidding, obviously. But this one seems like a half plus. I'm not going to give him quite a full plus, John, because this one isn't crazy, but it's good. Like, this is a Nick Foles could do this, but it's a very West Coasty play. Mooney just doesn't get it. The Pettis is a plus. I'm talking about the Mooney one. Like, I think this one's good, or you could give it a push because that works for me. But this one's nice. Mooney just doesn't catch it. Big bummer. And that's Fields' day. So honestly, like, John, what is our total at? Because you've been literally keeping score. But overall, I feel like Fields had a very up and down day. I feel like he made some plays that were just crazy. Like, quite a few. I also thought he made some plays that can't happen again. But isn't that what we would say about a talented but raw rookie? So what I think, Noah, that's a good question. What do I think about ISM? I would tell you with a straight face that, so we talk about this a lot, right? If your first read, and against man coverage, because this is obviously man coverage, against your first read, you've got your number one wide receiver running a snag route. That is number one. And then it looks like you've got ISM coming over. He's probably number two, because if he doesn't win Mooney, then you're hoping that that he comes over like ISM and wins. But if one is open, you throw to one, right? And that's what he does. Like, Fields throws to one, he puts the ball on him, and I would take it. Like, I would take this again because the throw's there. Maybe you call a different play, but in my personal perspective, I would never fault the quarterback for a play that we are only criticizing because his receiver didn't catch it. Can you agree with that? Like, you're only wondering about ISM, if I understand it correctly, unless you're talking, Noah, about what do I think about ISM? Oh, no, you asked about this play. So I think we're only even considering the throw to ISM because Mooney doesn't catch this one. But bummer. And yeah, Haplo, I agree. Sucks. But so Brandon Perna, like, mentions, yeah, I know Mooney says the lights blinded him. Poor Darnell. Sorry if I sound salty about it. It's such a bummer that Mooney hasn't been any better. I love Mooney. But so, let's see. How do I feel about this day? Passing only versus the Vikings game. PFF graded them nearly the same, but this feels a lot different. I think that it feels... So what they're probably hating on with the Vikings game is that there were a few plays that I think Fields could have gotten the ball out faster, and they hate sacks, right? I was about to quote Perna on what Escapement from Madhouse said, that he would rather have the Broncos' current QB situation rather than Fields. So I think that the bright side about Fields, so look, right now, Russ and Fields, both struggling, right? I think that Russ needs to be better. I actually don't think Chicago's in a place where Fields has to be good, just because he's a rookie quarterback, right? If you have to move on from him, then you have to move on from him. That happens all the time. It sucks. It's a lot of franchise investment, but it's not quite $240 million. And I think that just from a contract perspective, because player plus contract equals value, that the... Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, Akusai, he's on a rookie contract, right? But he does play like a rookie. Let's see. How do I feel? PFF graded them that way. The BG, what I at least would say is that, yeah, exactly. The picks invested too. I would say that I feel like the Vikings game felt a lot different to me, but I think that they're hammering him for the first half. I'm remembering this now, BG. PFF probably kills Fields for the 2 Mooney misses at the start, for a couple of the sacks, and then they let him make it up in the back half. But you've also got to remember that when they do passing only, that means that anytime Fields on a passing play makes a sweet decision to scramble, like a legitimately good decision to scramble, that it's actually going to go to his rushing score, or his overall grade, depending on how you look at it. So it's not necessarily that I'm trying to make an excuse one way or another, but right now Fields is in a rough spot when it comes to being judged for passing game specifically, because he's got a lot of problems around him, and that doesn't excuse him wholly. It just means that as a jumpy player in a first year offense with a bunch of guys he probably doesn't trust, because literally, like, guys, it's not a meme to say Fields' wide receiver room at Ohio State was better than his Bears receiving room. That's got to be weird, don't you think? Like, Fields had 2 future first-round receivers playing with him at Ohio State. And now he's throwing to Emir Smith-Marset. His receivers got worse. That's got to be bizarre. Like, exactly, John. If anything, the fact that Fields graded in at a 56 is almost surprising, because they hated a lot of the sacks. I don't think Fields is going to get a lot of good credit for getting sacked, even if it, quote, wasn't his fault, like I'm saying in some of these cases. But overall, I came away from this game, I mean, this is going to sound so silly, feeling like Fields looked like Fields. He has some things he clearly needs to work on. Hey, if there's anything we can get excited about, we should have a chance to see legitimate progress against the Patriots, Cowboys, and Dolphins. Because as bad as those games may be, they're not really going to give Fields a lot of chance to not grow. Does that make sense? Where when I look at the Cowboys game, to use an example, you better be ready to throw the ball quickly, because if you're not, you're going to get hit. And that to me is pretty hardcore. Jarrell, if I was going to give Fields a letter grade for this game, I would give him a B-, maybe a C+. I'm waffling between the two. If you gave me the ability to give him a number, I would give him a direct 80. And I'm going off of school. So school is where if you got a 65 when I was in school, you just didn't even try. Like, I'm not trying to hand out grades like cherries, you know what I mean? But really nobody got an F in school. So 80 is pretty medium. You could even give Fields a C outright. But the reason that I'm giving him something so low is because with all of those wow plays, the wow plays were great. The interception off of the helmet might have lost him the game. Like, I don't know what they would have done, but even having 3 more points would have changed some of the math in a couple of these different areas. The miss to Griffin, that was just terrible timing. Like, especially since it looked like a play that Fields was comfortable with. If it sounds like I'm over-focusing, it's because the plays that Fields messed up were so traditionally easy, you almost lose more credit in my eyes, because you made something easy look like it's hard. Like, that's not good going forward. And so it's something that we obviously hope will get cleaned up. If Kyle Birch is still in here, it's obviously something that you're thinking, hey, at least this might actually get fixed. Agreed. But it is something that for now, Jarrell, if you had to give me his letter grade, or if I had to give him a letter grade for this game, it's the wow plays are awesome. They rescue an F, but the bad plays were some of his worst of the year. Like, he hasn't had easy games like that, or like he hasn't had gimmies quite like that, and then he missed them. Credit to Mitch. I mean, Mitch never missed a gimme. Not a short range gimme. Hence, I mean, remember the Washington game from 2019? Mitch was hitting on all of the Nagy trick plays, and that was where they went with the straight up college attitude and just had Mitch like call the plays all off audible, which was wild. I'm actually surprised nobody else has done that, and I've always wondered whether the NFL sent a memo to Nagy and said, "Don't you ever do that again. We need huddles for TV graphics." Because people like the broadcast couldn't get in their TV graphics because they weren't in the huddle, and that's what you do during huddle time. Like, everybody plans for it. I don't know, but it worked. if you remember that one. I also think that going forward, Getsy and the Bears offense could use a lot more tempo to a lot of effectiveness, but that's its conversation for another time. Let's watch a little bit of Zappy and the New England offense, and I'm just going to roll it. Like, where we'll do this, we'll do a little bit of defense. We don't need anything crazy, but I am curious to see, how does his footwork look? What we're looking for is his footwork any faster? Is he like getting through his reads any quicker? How does Zappy operate in the quick game? Because within this, I just want to compare and contrast play styles more than anything. Like, and I agree, Haplo. It's not Zappy better than Justin. Let's be clear. We're not comparing the two for that. I want to get a good scope for the understanding of how we're supposed to be looking at this quarterback. Because you look at a player for long enough and you say to yourself, that's Justin. That's what he does. That's how his footwork works. But I'm curious as to whether Zach, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Because even in this play alone, I'll back it up. Zappy's footwork looks like it's almost twice the speed of Justin's. This is an area I think he could improve on. Like, just, he takes a look, pop, 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 nothing's there, junks the ball, instead of taking a sack. Everybody's junked a ball before. Mitch took a sack within this year, or like, in just this last game, Mitch took a sack on a screen that wasn't there. Fields took a sack on a screen that wasn't there, and Zappy gets a 2nd and 10, instead of, now granted it was 3rd and 19, so who cares? But interesting already, because it is a very different view for the eyes to see a quarterback snappy with their footwork, because Fields it's a little elongated. Let's see. That release is quick. It's not that he's got a gun. It looks like he can just get the ball out relatively quickly, but we're also getting a not so bad look at the Bears' next opponent. Man, he's adjusting a ton, or at least he's talking a ton. I don't know how much of it's actually meaningful. No, he doesn't have any Zipakusai. But man, he goes from I'm not even throwing right now to the ball is out of my hands fast. Likely a run-heavy approach. I think that makes a lot of sense. We'll skip past the rundowns. I don't know if the Pats are... Yeah, there's Brownie the Elf. You gotta love it. Case, I don't know if the Pats are moving on from Jones. I think that would be ridiculous. Mac had one of the better rookie seasons in a while, which, I know. Not saying much. Because, well, I guess only making the Pro Bowl. Let's see. You've returned to the Zappy Hour. Thoughts on what, Jordan? On Zappy specifically? Let's see. Well, I've seen 3 plays. Like, if anything, it's always funny watching guys like Mills, and in this case, Zappy, because you ask some of these younger quarterbacks that came with no draft pedigree whatsoever and played at a school that wasn't a superpower, they tend to play really, really fast in this case. And so you get guys just like Davis Mills that are so focused on playing on time that, goodness, are you kidding me? What a catch, Devontae Parker. Whoa. Pop, 1, 2, 3, drop, throw. So, I will say, Fields manages to make a 3-step to 5-step drop. Looks like it takes forever. But here we've got 3, 54, 51. Like, let me see. It took him 2 seconds to get to the back of his drop. And he has the ball out by 3. So actually, tell you what, credit to Justin Fields. He released his go ball to Pettis at about 3 seconds, and Zappy released his at about 3 seconds. Zappy is actually not a bad option to compare for timing's sake, but he does get to his drop awfully early. Gracious though, what a catch! Like, whoo, bang. And Jordan, you're 100% right. Like, if anything, I think the main reason I pulled up Zappy's film, besides the fact that I could get away with it because he's obviously the Bears' opponent next week, he's not super. If he had a bigger arm, he'd have been a first-round talent. But he's a good way to compare to Justin because Justin is not on time and is frankly struggling a little bit, it seems, with the rhythm of how to play or of like playing quarterback in the NFL. And that seems to be how Zappy prefers to play. We'll finish like this drive, maybe watch one more because I know there's plenty of people who are here like, I didn't come here to watch the Patriots. But I do think it's interesting watching Zappy just to see what he does that Justin doesn't. Right? Can you build arm strength and learn to throw in a better ball? CJ, in theory, you can, but it's harder than it looks. What you love watching more competent football, Jordan? Like, you mean like watching things not fail? Or do you mean the fact that they threw a double throwback screen? Because I like that. I also love that Zappy was able to trust Devontae Parker with that go ball down the sidelines. I thought that was sweet. And it was a sweet catch. Devontae would immediately be our wide receiver one. Very vocal. Whatever Zappy's doing at the line, he's paying a lot of attention. Oh, man. That is really, really well done. So it's simple, right? Snap, pop, 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 at the back of his drop. No hesitation. Throws the ball right as he's breaking. Now, the throw kind of sucks. Does this end up as DPI? Oh, you're kidding. He gets the DPI. I was going to critique the throw, Akusai. But from a quarterback process perspective, pop, bang, throw. Oh, yeah. Zappy's got a nice little Brian Hoyer career in front of him. I don't know. Maybe he becomes some star. But it's like, I imagine that he'll be a sweet backup because this looks to me like a sweet backup. But like you're saying, Eric, this is the standard of comparison you've got to remember that a literal rookie can play at. That doesn't mean Fields sucks, because there are a lot of throws that I think... if Bailey's... Okay, I thought somebody said this to me perfectly. If you asked Bailey Zappi who's the better player between him and Justin Fields, Bailey Zappi is young enough that he will say me. But if you asked Andy Dalton, would you rather have you, Andy, or Justin Fields? Andy Dalton would probably look you in the eyes and be like, do you know how hard it is to have somebody like Justin's talent? Like, that's something that I think is core here. Like, Fields is outrageously talented. But like you're saying, I mean, Ben, with no heat on his throws, he had to learn anticipation years ago. But also, because he wasn't a 5-star recruit out of Kennesaw, Georgia, he didn't go to a school where he could afford to have receivers like Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave that just got open for you. Guys at smaller schools, like... Okay, I'm going to name a bunch of schools. You guys see if you pick them on all the connections. Guys like, honestly, Michigan's receivers have never been incredible. Purdue was never phenomenal. It's Wyoming University, Texas Tech University. Oregon is definitely good, but they're not incredible within the Pac-12. Like, you could argue with that, I guess. But certainly they're not Ohio State in terms of their talent level. You end up with a bunch of these quarterbacks who, coincidentally, it's really only Joe Burrow that managed to succeed while also having a Justin Jefferson. Normally, you get one, like Mike Evans, the receiver, or the other, Johnny Manziel, that is actually successful because either the quarterback made the receiver look good or the receiver made the quarterback look good. And that's why I know Pace was a huge fan of Trubisky for elevating the program and all that. But I think that stuff matters. Like, oh yeah, and Jamar Chase. But Zappy Zappy throws with some crazy anticipation. And look at how it helps his receiver. I mean, yes, DPI, but it also gives him a ton of opportunity to tee that throw up and draw the play, and draw the penalty. If Justin can learn how to channel his inner Bailey Zappi, I think that would go really well for him. Or not Bailey Zappi. Let's call it Nick Foles. Andy Dalton. But I want to see him get a little better than that. Oh, for sure, John. It was Ben. The receiver's route was also sharper than any of our receivers. Like, no doubt. Like, there's a major talent problem too. But exactly, Haplo. Like, Fields will make the way that I think I heard somebody else say it. In fact, it might have been me. Fields is the magician that will pull a rabbit out of a hat. He will mystify you, and then he'll fumble the deck of cards right out of his pocket and embarrass himself, or he'll saw his assistant in half in the middle of one of his tricks. We need to see the stuff that should be easy look a little bit easier, or he's going to be in trouble long term. And that's part of why I wanted to turn this film on, is I wanted to see what are they doing in New England? What does it look like when Bailey Zappi's running it? He's a rookie. We know he's in a similar situation to Fields 1 year in this offense. So how does it look? Pop, 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 pop. Oh, man. Case, what you laughing about? That is nice. Just shucked him. You can understand why Patriots fans are getting all misty-eyed thinking about him. That is, yeah, 1 year in Matt Patricia's offense. But, like, shucks a defender. It's illegal touching, but it's still a sweet play, right? I mean, okay, so let me be clear. Is it cool that the quarterback found a man for an illegal touchdown or illegal touchdown? I don't really care. If I'm his quarterback's coach, I'm saying, Bailey, that was a heck of a play. What is Belichick going to do to Fields? Bad things. Don't think about it, John. That's what Fields needs. Look at this. He doesn't like the stick rate, or he doesn't like his stick read. Either that, or he was just trying to take or he was just trying to take his eyes off. But watch how he doesn't read this. Zappy goes, other side of the ball, throw it. He doesn't look, because on a slant, that's not what you do. You just throw the ball. Happenstantially, the guy is open. But look at where the throw is placed. It's a little on the low side, just like it's supposed to. This is a perfect quick game throw, right? And it's a nice little example of just how are you supposed to do it? Well, he took a look. He didn't love the read, right? And so he went to the backside and drilled it, and they get 11 yards. That's really pretty. And Jarrell, Fields easily can make these throws. He's just not making them right now. And he's getting the opportunities, like the slant we saw just a little while ago earlier in today's. But man, that is a snipe. And it's Parker pulling the ball in. Would love to have a receiver just like Devontae Parker. I wonder who could have possibly advocated for a trade for Devontae Parker. Ryan Poles didn't want to do it. That's fine. Hopefully Justin's okay. I don't know. It's week 6 and he got destroyed. Let's see. Didn't 44 play that wrong? And if he played it right, is Zappy's commitment a pick? Good question. Let's take a look. What did I think about the Anderson trade? Robbie Anderson? Oh, the Cardinals are loading up around Kyler Murray, and that's just completely unsurprising. So, Haplo, good question. I think 44 followed his eyes. Now I can't notice or I can't know the defense, but my guess is that there's a chance that he may not have ever intended to go anywhere other than there with the ball. So Zappy putting his eyes over on this side is good coaching that maybe Fields could use a little of, because I think his eyes are over there as a feint. If anything, it's strange that Fields' eyes so rarely lie, because I don't know if Zappy at any point is actually looking at throwing anywhere else. But he rips it. And look, he rips it under pressure too. Brown's defender comes right in and shoves him. But he moves him off the spot before making the throw, which is sweet. Cardinals are loading up around Kyler. I wouldn't have traded for Anderson either, me personally. It was Hollywood Brown, John. But more importantly, they just extended Cliff Kingsbury. They just extended Kyler Murray. The offense isn't working. The Cardinals needed to do something to even just make the ownership and the fans feel like they were trying. Yeah, Case, that was sweet. All the little stuff, right? It cost next to nothing. He would have been the best receiver here, but you got to remember, Haplo, that it's not about 20. For the Bears this year, it's not about 2022. I would love for it to be, but it's not. They made that clear when they didn't go get anybody specific. They're thinking about 2023, if not about 2024. And I only say 2024 not because they're trying to skip 2023. They're thinking about 2023. But 2024 is probably when they're thinking Super Bowl, whereas 2023 is when they're thinking, let's try to win 9 games and get a wild card spot. Let's see what he's doing. Awesome. Cleveland's defense is an utter disaster. Totally, Jordan. The nice thing about quarterback specifically is that in many cases you can watch a okay. So you know exactly what I'm talking about, Jordan, because you watch enough draft. You could tell a lot about a receiver just by watching how he moves, right? You don't even need to. You can watch him run a dummy route and get a feel for how he looks. And so with the same way, Cleveland's defense is bad, but we get to see Zappy hit the back of his drop and throw. You know what? This is a throw Fields has straight up made. We watch him make twice. Zappy doesn't have an edge on him here at all. This is really sweet in all the little things he does. Very Patriots quarterback. It's a little on the late side, like Akusai is saying. Fields threw one with slightly better anticipation. But it's a pretty completion, and it's certainly open. John, I don't know if a future 6th round is toilet paper. It's a future 6th round. That's a potential starting running back, as silly as it sounds. Yeah, the O-line play is a big difference. Like, you can feel the support within the Patriots organization just watching this. At least I think you can. Let's see. Why aren't they taking the first deal for Roquan or Claypool? Yeah, I would look at some of that stuff. Oh, look at this. Even Zappy can fumble. And they gave it to him. Let's see. The snap comes at 11:02:50. He gets hit a little before 3 seconds. You'll notice within this, as corny as this sounds, I know, we're literally watching Bailey Zappi give up a fumble in his 3rd NFL game ever, and I'm going to compare it to 17-game Justin Fields. Is it fair? Not necessarily. But the point is that getting sacked at the 3-second mark and giving up a forced fumble when you were looking for a deeper play is normal. Ooh, and let's do the same thing we would do for Fields and see if there's an open receiver somewhere else, right? Just because if all things are equal, we need to assign things equal. Because obviously he wants the go ball. So let's see. Play action. He looks at the seam. He looks right here. He'd have to check it down. The go ball is a good, safe bet in this case. Nothing's really open. That was Justin in game 3. Yeah, censored. It does feel an awful lot like this year has set Justin back. He was always fumbling. He's fumbling less now. But to be fair, I always feel good, or I always give quarterbacks a lot of grace when they get hit while they throw. There's not much they can do about that. Okay. Oh, I love that back. I love that. Let's see, was this a blitz? It is a blitz. So, I've always heard these called fast 5, where you get the running back running out, and then you have 4 routes of some kind. But what I love about this is that Zappy's able to see the blitz coming. You got 2 extra guys, or like you have an extra guy coming on the blitz, and just distribute the ball immediately. Unblocked rusher and gets the ball. Exactly, Akusai. Where it's not an L on first down, and it's an ever so slight gain. But also part of that is the fact that the Patriots have taught Zappy that when you see an unblocked rusher, throw the ball. Like, and not to mention, like, the overhang and knowing where to throw hot is awesome, Jordan. And the fact that it feels as if sometimes Justin doesn't even have a hot route is bizarre. He's doing a lot of the subtle things really well. I mean, he's making the easy stuff look easy, right? I don't think Zappy's going to run for 35 yards at any point. I don't think Zappy's going to spin out of a clear sack. I don't think that we graded Zappy, or I don't think we graded Fields badly by any stretch of the imagination. When we ultimately gave him a +3 on the day. This is where, like, you want to talk about where Fields and Zappy are different? I think that this throw, simple as it is, being all the way out of bounds, is where I think Fields has a major edge. Because downfield, Fields still can control the ball, so to speak. Yeah, Hapla, no kidding. Like, he just, like, dead-legged the dude with a stiff arm, which was bananas. Release is super snappy. I mean, he's a Patriots quarterback, right? Like, it is kind of hilarious just watching him play because he looks like a Patriots quarterback. Like a West Coast, quick release. Oh, they go double reverse and it does not work. I don't think they got a DPI. Did they get a DPI? Were they at the 40? Were they at the 20? That seems like a pretty... It might be a... let's see. Yes case. And they're running a shotgun offense for a reason. Look at this. Like... Yeah, illegal contact makes sense. Like, this is college, right? Even to the point... Yeah, you got your left foot back and all that. But, like, this is a college offense. This is very friendly. This is super friendly to Zappy. It's not that the go is perfect. It's that he gets the ball out as much as anything else. He sees the blitz. He gets the ball out. No sack. I haven't, but just because they don't show it doesn't necessarily mean it's not happening. No, and Jordan, I know what you mean. Like, don't even talk to me about the Daboll thing. The only way I get through that is assuming that New York just had him locked up already. Or that he didn't want to come, which is, not impossible. But what a bummer. Because that is an offensive system that is just super fun. Or at least it's an offensive mind that I can trust. There's 0 active players that go by the name Dave. That is hilarious. So this is neat. Zappy, credit to him, sees on what looks like a 3 verticals concept. Vertical, 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 and it's probably third down. I think that makes a ton of sense. It is. Zappy's going to check it down, but check this out. Even the check down's on time. Like, the check down isn't lackadaisical. It's anticipatory. It's also wide. But it's interesting watching these guys play. You can tell they both have very, like, comparing Zappy to Fields, you can see Fields and Zappy as having very different limits, right? Yeah, no kidding, John. There's stick. This is what the Bears are missing. So when people talk about time to throw for Fields, this is the number one thing that I think about. This throw, 15, 16, 14. Comes out of his hand just a hair over 2 seconds after the snap. Fields doesn't have any of those. I mean, he has some screens, right? But like ultra short throws, if they used more of that, like if they had more of these, they would bring their time to throw down very quickly. Time to throw can be a stupid stat if you want it to be. Just making that my point known, that time to throw is important, but you've got to, I think, evaluate it on an individual level instead of an aggregate time to throw, because you don't know the offense's decided time to throw, so to speak. Ooh, that's a nice little play. Now, these are the kinds of throws that actually I think Justin's making look almost routine. Like snipes that fall just over a defender and like gracefully give the quarterback a lot of chance to tee this sort of thing up. That's, in my opinion, something that Fields does plenty of. It's nice to see Zappy do it too. Maybe not nice since we're playing him, but man, he could have cooked a burger back there too. I mean, honest question to you guys. Like, I think there are a lot of things that Zappy's doing that legit look good, but isn't it nice to be able to compare and sanity check yourself and say, okay, hang on, some of these receivers are running some pretty nasty routes, and you can see that the Patriots, yes, even Matt Patricia, like, look at this. It's 11, I get it, but like 4 wide, all detached with motion. Yes, it's simple. It's like 202, barely above elementary, but like, oh yeah, so easy. I eat this up. This is like such basic air raid stuff, but like snap, throw, go get me a couple yards. 4 yards, but it stretches the field. Like, I like Eberflus' case for sure. It's a bummer to watch some of the offenses around the NFL and wonder whether the Bears are going to ever get an offense that feels like their offense, rather than them running KC's offense or them running them running, now it's Green Bay's offense. But we have to cross that bridge when we get there. Within this though, like, I mean, they switch back and forth. It's not that it's like all one thing or all another. That's not what makes, I think, this tape fun. But yeah, in case I feel like that. But it looked better because it was new, and honestly, because I think people were looking for it to be better. Oh, man. Looks. So, I think Justin would throw this. Look, Parker has separation. Okay, can I ask you guys a dumb question? when is the last time that you watched a Bears receiver release off the line with any effort? Can I ask that? Like, Parker actually gives him a little something something and then goes. You guys tell me, am I crazy? Does it feel like every time we watch this, the Bears receivers just, like, round included, you know? Like Mooney does sometimes. I see Pettis do it sometimes, Akusai. But, like, Devontae Parker gives a little bit of something. Allen Robinson did it all the time, Jordan, if we're going all the way to Anthony Miller. But within this Bears offense, like, hey, I'm just saying, yes, Zappy makes the throw and looks so smooth doing it, but Parker is a lot more open than Equanimeous St. Brown is for Justin Fields, and I wonder how Fields' brain would process it if this was the window he was looking at, because I think that's a lot closer to OSU than where he is right now. And Pop, yeah, I mean, there's some of this stuff, like, Pop, that's why when the other day when we were talking about Pickett and I was bringing up all the receiver talent that he has, I'm not a huge fan of Canada's scheme, but Pickett has, like, boys to throw to, which I think matters. And it helps create windows that are a little bit easier to hit. Yeah, and his linemen are 4 yards from him. This makes me feel sane. It makes me a little sad because it shows just how behind the Bears are. But it makes me feel sane because it feels like what New England has is a legitimately healthy support system. Like, Haplo, you mentioned the best way to put it is Fields needs to trust the scheme even if he doesn't trust the receivers. He does, but at the same time, like, it is, man. Competency. Competent football is so fun. Yes. It's not that the Bears haven't hit a sweet little tunnel screen here or there. But, like, how much easier does it look in New England right now? Let me see. Is this... Like, I'm finishing this tape because I want to. Which I didn't expect. I didn't think we were going to be here for however long we've been here. But instead of having to dissect everything, we're just like watching, having a good time, and this tape isn't remotely depressing. Like, it's fun tape to watch. It feels like a game between two groups of professionals. Haplo, it's barely zappy. I feel like I'm getting excited to. I feel like I'm just, yeah, exactly, Case. I feel like we're watching just cohesive support structure. This throw isn't like crazy. Snap, throw. Fields has made this plenty of times. Like, it's not this that matters. It's the fact that he's taught to give a little fake nod right here. Nod. Just keep the linebackers from moving. Nod. Toss. Catch. And then the linemen are already out there. The linemen get off this really fast. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh man, the O-line play looks awesome. Let me see. Noah, what would I do if the Bears move on from Fields after this year? Can I give you the most milquetoast honest take that I could possibly say? If the Bears move on from Fields after this year, I'm going to drink an extra margarita. I'm going to spend some time with my wife. I'm going to watch who they draft, and I will keep talking about the Bears. I mean, it's not... I'm obnoxiously loyal to the franchise. And I'll probably keep talking about Justin. Like, ideally, if I have more time, we could probably talk about them. Like, we could talk about what Justin's doing wherever Justin's doing it. We could talk about other teams. Vlad asked, like, what would you do for other teams? I mean, honestly, watching and breaking this down is a lot of fun. a lot of fun. And the Fields have made breaking things down, or not the Fields, the Bears have made breaking things down systemically harder, like almost every year. If you've followed me, it gets goofier every year because we seem to delve deeper and deeper into crazy. But it's funny talking about like what the Bears would do, because if the Bears did move on from Justin Fields, I mean, you could theoretically, you would have $150 some odd million of cap space to invest in bettering the roster, as well as seven, if not more, picks to make the rookie better with. And people keep saying, Noah, like, oh, if they drafted a rookie, how could they possibly look any better? Right? And I keep sitting here saying, man, I don't know. Like, they could easily look a lot better. Okay, let me give you a decent example. So let's say the Bears, right? They keep Larry Borum here, but they move Borum back to left tackle. They sign Conklin, and he plays here. Then they take a tight end. They replace him with, I don't know, let's say Gesicki. Let's not forget Gesicki. Who cares about Gesicki? I agree Borum's a mess, Jordan, but I'm working with what I got. So they move Borum over there. They keep Whitehair because he's kind of playing. They see if they can't get Jason Kelce off of his They get Jason Kelce once the Eagles let him go for his twilight years because he's a center and that makes him cool. Okay, so now you've got Conklin, Jenkins, Kelce, Whitehair, and then you draft a left tackle in the second round, right? But so then at receiver, this is Darnell Mooney, who's playing like slot-ish. You've got then on the outside, you get Alan Lazard, which is uninspiring. I get it. But that's what you do. Like you throw a bunch of money. Then on the other outside, you get a sweet player in the first round, like a Jordan Addison, right? And suddenly your offense around, oh no, you don't get Jordan Addison because this is the Bryce Young situation. So now you got like Bryce Young, right? Let's see. Stay away from which crowd? They want to talk about patience and no negativity. Oh yeah, no, that's super weird, Jordan. I don't understand the whole like, just spent an hour. Why? What made sense? Oh, like Gesicki specifically. But so, anyways, let's see. Like, if you didn't have Bryce Young, you could theoretically invest either a second, or third round pick here, and then the other second or third round pick here, or hot sports opinion, you could trade like, I love Eddie Jackson. You guys know I love Eddie Jackson. You could trade Eddie Jackson. He looks like a DPOY. Like, he's awesome. He's killing it. And so if you traded him, you got a second round pick, you could throw that pick in on the offense and suddenly get a little bit better. Or you sign like Nelson Aguilar. Or you trade a future second round pick for the ability to pay T. Higgins. And if you have Lazard, Mooney, Higgins, Gesicki, and the line that we just described around Bryce Young, it's a lot better offense than what the Bears have with Fields right now. And I really don't want to hear somebody say, oh, the rookie quarterback wouldn't be set up to succeed. They'd be a lot better set up to succeed than what the Bears have given Fields. A lot. If they got half of that, they'd be a lot better set up to succeed. Can we agree? So within that, I don't know what they're going to do. But I will say that, Noah, to your point, if the Bears don't believe in Justin Fields, I think they're crazy. But I think that there are tons of people who would salivate over the opportunity to coach him. But I also think that because they would salivate over the opportunity to coach him, and we all take a deep breath and we all exhale, they would probably trade a second and third round pick. So, because they would trade a second and third round pick for Justin Fields, that's more offensive assets that you can build around whatever quarterback the Bears draft if they end up, I don't know, number 1 overall pick or something like that, which isn't impossible. All we need is for the Texans to win a couple of games and the Bears to lose all of theirs. Is there, John, you mentioned, is there a QB that looks like Poles would be confident is the guy? That's a good question. The number one question, John, that I want to know the answer to is basically, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. Let me see. Oh, I was going to say, John, is Poles willing to get himself fired early? Because if he's not, it is very easy. Okay, so it's 2022 now. So in 2023, you could just build the team around Justin. And then in 2024, you can get the rookie quarterback. And then in 2025, it's too early to make a decision on the staff. They've only just now had a rookie quarterback. And then it's 2026, and these guys have kept their jobs, and they probably get an extension just by delaying the clock. Pace was a master of this. Pace taught me so much of how, as a GM, to keep your job. I wish it was a joke. Why did Ryan Pace get to Chicago, and it took him until his third draft to draft a rookie quarterback? Why did it take so long? Why did we need it was his fourth draft. Why did he need the 24, he needed the 14, 15, and 16 seasons to suck so that they could set up for the 2017 season? That doesn't make any sense. And so, do I think Poles' contract is that long to fulfill the division? So, Jarrell, the way you work it is his contract is probably 4 years. So this is year 1. Next year is year 2, where you just show some growth. And then, maybe Fields isn't the guy. So you move on from Fields. You get a rookie. And then going into the 4th year, nobody ever plays out their contract. You always get extended. And so now you just had a rookie quarterback. You're about to roll. Good point, Ben. And now these guys, they need extensions. So you hand out the extensions, and boom, they got 4 more years of guaranteed money. It's, let's see. Let's see. Oh, man. You don't see a plan, J2K? So I think that anybody who looks at this as... I personally think that anybody looking at their situation, they being the Bears, can Zappy get out? Oh, is that grounding? Oh, that's weird. Because that's still the tackle box, isn't it? Let's see, it's right down the middle of the field. He's a step or 2 out of the box, but he is out of the tackle box. Oh, boy. Anyways. And ironically, edge goes to Fields. Because as soon as Fields got there, no, he had a linebacker bearing down on him. But so, anyways, Jordan, I think that the process question about Poles, can I say something brutal? I think Poles' plan this year literally only makes sense if you phrase it as Poles doesn't believe in Justin Fields. I hate saying that because I believe in Justin Fields, but Poles went defender, and Kyler Gordon is a crazy athlete, and I'm actually enjoying watching him. That's the thing, Jordan. I can't tell you that in inheriting this roster and killing Justin Fields is doing it the right way. What I can tell you is that if you inherited this roster and you treated it like you don't have, you treated it like you didn't have a quarterback, that this makes sense. Velus Jones over Abraham Lucas. I mean, it did J2K. It didn't work, but let me see words. It didn't work, but they forced a receiver pick because they were trying to bring somebody in. I think they picked a not so bad receiver, personally, but like it's not that I don't hate Velus. I don't hate Velus. I made the video on him. I believe in him as a deep threat specifically, but it's weird to talk about in that. Let's see. The issue is, Justin picked Velus, which makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Job is to do what's right for the Chicago Bears, then squander the 39th and 11th pick from the other year. So that's the thing, Jordan. What they picked them at doesn't matter to polls. Like, just because they were Pace's 39th pick doesn't mean that polls sees. There's no reason to believe that everybody in the NFL saw Justin Fields the same way, right? Like, that's the hard part about this. We love Justin Fields. There might be somebody in the NFL that thinks that Justin Fields was a third rounder. We don't know. Like, there might be somebody in the Chiefs organization or something like that makes them, or that thought that Tevin Jenkins should have been a third rounder. Let's see. You not making them work only hurts the Bears further, unless, Jordan, you were never counting on them. That's where things get weird, because that's where trading Khalil Mack, getting what you can for just about whoever you can, which begs the question on whether anybody wanted to trade for Robert Quinn, because we keep acting like somebody wanted to. I don't know who wanted to, right? But it gets strange when you talk about all this. Why not bail on Fields earlier if you don't believe in him, CJ? Because there's no reason that you have to. Like, you can see, oh no, wait, does this guy break a tackle? Oh, you are kidding me. Just a jailbreak. Oh, man. It's a nice throw. But, like, it's also wide open. I mean, it is as wide open gets. And good on them for having the at-snap motion. I love at-snap motion. Okay, so this is going to sound so corny, because years ago we were talking about pre-snap motion. At-snap motion is the new jam, because it is pre-snap motion, but it actually pushes the defense to change. So it forces the safety roll, it exposes a hole right there, and he hits the throw. And he gets Zappy a bunch of free yards. But so, censored, I agree. Let's see. If you have to replace the QB or say OL with Tevin, it puts the position one further away. Polls can do that, but it's nonsensical in the interest of doing what's right for the Chicago Bears. So, Jordan, it depends on how you see it, because the argument that you're making is the same as suggesting that replacing the center from Sam Mustipher, it's okay. This isn't quite the same, but ride with me. It's like saying, well, the Bears have a starter at center. Why on earth would you replace a young starter at center? It's because it's Sam Mustipher, and Sam Mustipher sucks. So they might be sitting there saying, because it's Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins sucks. He's a terrible tackle. If we can get him, if he can play guard for us, maybe. But who's to say he's going to do that? Or with Fields, where they're like, we're going to build things around Fields, but honestly, the offense doesn't need to be that perfect. Like, we mostly need these guys to learn it for next year when we're going to get somebody else. I mean, you got to remember that a lot of the math changes. For instance, there were a lot of people who were saying, what are you talking about? Why would Ryan Poles draft a quarterback, like, if he has to trade up for a quarterback? What if he doesn't have to trade up for a quarterback? What if Bryce Young, Will Levis, CJ Stroud, take your pick? Ooh, that is nice. Bears don't have any of this. Like, I love the simplicity of the levels here. Route 1, Route 2, Route 3. And then just lace the throw over the top. It is such a dumb plan to set up Fields to fail if you don't believe in him. Put talent around to cast the shadow of uncertainty where he'd be worth more in a trade next year. I agree with that, John. That's for darn true. If I was another team, I would want Tevin, Monty Herbert, nobody else. If I was another team, if I was the Eagles, I'd want Eddie Jackson. The Fangio style of safety is hot right now. I think I would legitimately want Eddie Jackson, but that's why the investment matters. You cut your nose off to spite your face by trading away the guy who cost you first round this year. It makes your staff picks look, or it certainly makes the last staff look bad, Jordan. I don't know. As much as anything else, I'm playing devil's advocate, because if the Bears do pick a quarterback, I kind of want to be on record as having said all these things, because they are things that I agree, or like they are things that I believe, that there is a world where you full tank, and 2023 is just getting back to a normal level, so to speak. And Haplo, I agree with you. Like, look at all this anticipation, schematic fun, easy stuff, making things nice and level for the quarterback. See, this is exactly the throw I was talking about. He's mostly covered, so Zappe puts the ball where it's low enough that if he catches it, great. If he doesn't catch it, it won't be a pick. Let's see. How long has the supporting cast had the same offense, though? Well, they just changed offensive coordinators, Ben. Let's see. And then everyone is in their first 6 games, right? Let's see. James Wallace, this is assuming the NFL will ever willing to tank for a draft pick. It's ridiculous to assume there were also teams trying to trade for our players last year. So, James, it's not about, like, tanking, kind of. It's more like, if you want to be bad, a very easy way to be bad. Oh, nice. Pick play doesn't work right here. Zappe looks to the inside where he has... Who we got? Is 11 Jacoby Myers? Because that is nice. Boom. The Bears keep doing this thing where they run all their plays at the same time. They would have him come inside, but they would have the picker also come inside. Oh, that's Taekwon? Oh, that is sweet. So you'd have the pick play, then Fields would sit on it for maybe a split second too long, and you wouldn't have Taekwon just toast people into the end zone. Oh, that's so nice. Gotta love it. The trouble is that the Bears are terrible at all of the positions. Who was talking about tanking earlier? Oh, it was James. So the Bears willingly got bad at all the positions that make you bad. They are bad on the defensive line. They are bad. And they're bad because they haven't invested. All right, everything covered? Check it down. Everything covered? Check it down. Check down, frankly, comes out late, and it's kind of loopy. But anyways, so the Bears are rough at the positions that make you bad at football, and they are 2-4, sure, but they have debatably already played 5 of the 6 easiest teams on their schedule. So that's not good. Well, no. They've played 4 of the easiest 6 teams on their schedule. So they still have the Lions, and they still have the... Jordan, you tell me, Jets or Falcons? It's got to be the Falcons that are worse. But the Falcons are spiny this year. And the Jets have this complete weird mystique and ability to just lose. So who would you rather play if you were calling it? Like, let's see, if we had a better... I agree with you, Case, that I think if Mustafa, whoever's calling the protection, because I think it's Patrick Case. Like, I think Patrick is in charge of it. That, I tend to think he calls the protections because he's the one who does all the talking. It should be the center, but I think it's Patrick. And the same Giants blitz smoked us every time. Don't worry, we will somehow beat the Eagles because even when we suck, we beat a really good team. John, unfortunately, that's the John, that is more of a Foles thing. Like, I know that it happens for the Bears sometimes, but punching up is crazy. That's something Foles would do forever. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. Dean Pease is gonna be crazy. We already yes, Hapo. That's a good point. We met the quota. We beat the Niners. Uh, I think that the Bears have a legitimate shot. We are almost at 12:30 a.m. So I don't want to be too depressing. But if the 90 of you guys are here after almost an hour of sitting here watching kind of fun Patriots offense, I think you guys can take this. I think that there's a very real shot that the Bears win one game going forward. I think that there's a not quite as real shot, but possible that the Bears win 0 games going forward. It's possible, but wait, what about negative? Let me see. It's gonna pop up here soon. Let's see. Manuel said, "Oh, Jarrell, it's so to be clear, we're negative in this case because the Bears tape looks relatively poor compared to others. It's we actually like the Bears. We completely like all of us like the Bears. We just understand that if you think, hey, maybe the Bears will win, and they're going up against a team that is flat out better, like they it can get rough in a hurry, and then you can end up mad on Sunday. Why didn't the Bears win? But they were never going to. So that it's totally possible, censored, that the Bears might. And if they do, honestly, it's either going to be because Fields played well or because Eberflus did something coaching well. Like, oh man, come on. Come on. Come on. Basic post, basic over, free 30-yard touchdown. Free 30-yard touchdown. It does not get easier. That's wild. Competency makes everything look that much easier. CJ, it's possible. I think the main thing, because like you're talking about, John, there are, let's see, like, I appreciate the notion that the Lions are 50-50. I tend to think that the Lions are in that 35-65 because they can score. And the Bears, especially if they sell any pieces at the deadline, will probably be worse. So, if they do. But even if they don't, the Bears' defense is okay. But the Lions' offense is rolling poor defenses. And so if the Lions' offense can just run it on the Bears, they should grade us. Now, it's going to make it sound like I think all these games are going to be like 50 to something. I'm not, but Carson Wentz didn't play well. How do I feel about trading Quinn? Good. How do I feel about trading Bojack? Really, really disheartened and sad, but it's probably the right move to make because the Bears' timeline is really, 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 really long in the tooth. Exactly, Case. If Eddie becomes not a Bear, I will literally cry. And John, I actually completely agree with that. If we trade Eddie Jackson, the Bears may be looking at the first pick of the draft. And if they do, I don't know what they'll do with it. Oh. Don't talk like what, AC Adam. But I wish I had a choice. I really don't feel like I do. And that's all right. Like, I, at the end of the day, am going to, let me see. Botch what? Oh, yeah. Oh. Blow it. That's hilarious. Oh, it's because I said, I wonder what they'll do with it. And both of y'all went, do a terrible job. Man. This is so easy. This is just so easy. This is just so easy. Play action. He turns around. His number one receiver has just gotten stupid open. It doesn't get easier. So, Haplo, it's funny you asked that. The Browns secondary is partially bad because the Patriots have thrown enough different passing looks at them to actually give them a bunch of things to try to defend. But so there is an element of the rich get richer in the wide world of NFL offense, where when you're good, you look great. When you're bad, you look awful. But that's true too, in case. Brown's D coordinator is like laughably bad at this stage. They shouldn't be this bad. But so you disagree with Bojack, J2K, think we can fix the line. When you say disagree with Bojack, do you mean disagree with trading him? Do you mean disagree with the idea that losing him is a really big blow to the offense? Like, what are you specifically disagreeing with? Oh, man. More than anything, I'm impressed by just how quickly he gets the ball out. Like, they clearly knew their landmark. Because he's releasing as the receiver's turning. No human alive can react to this. That's just practice. Oh, J2K, to be clear, I'm super ambivalent on trading him. I wouldn't trade him for peanuts. Like, I would trade Jackson only if when I'm talking to friends, they'll talk me into, would you do it for a second round pick? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe. $27 million in cap savings and a second round pick is a pretty sweet deal. But my heart wants a first. Like, he's playing so well. He's been so good. Like, I think a late first makes a lot of sense. AZ with Buddha. Philadelphia makes a lot of sense to me, Jordan. If Howie wanted to take one of those first-round picks, probably the Eagles' first-round pick because they're winning as much as they are, and just trade it to the Bears to get a Fangio safety that could start in their defense tomorrow just because he probably already knows their terminology, like, I think it would actually make sense for a lot of people. Yeah, that's a good point, Hapla. I didn't realize that the Browns were this bad. But all the same, it's still decent tape to evaluate the quarterback off of. John, hey, we'll package them together. We'll take both of your firsts off your hands for the price of one Roquan Smith and one Eddie Jackson. Oh, man. Oh, man. Check this out. The roboting linebacker is going to do a good job taking Tyquan Thornton's route away. But Zappa keeps the play alive within the pocket. Gets his opportunity. Snaps the throw off. Boom. We haven't seen really all that many, like, misfires from Zappy within this game. I mean, it's just been clean. Like, he's looked limited where he's limited. He's made some throws that are, like, He's made some throws that are really really solid, but mostly Zappy looks like a product of the scheme, and you have to give a quarterback some credit when they look like a product of the scheme. Okay, I got a quick question for y'all because it's like 12:30. How badly do you really want to watch the Bears defense against Carson Wentz? They didn't look good. The defense looked good. Sorry. Carson Wentz didn't look good. We're going to go from this to some really ugly football. You know what? I'll just turn it on. Bye, New England offense. It was fun. The defense looks solid, but I can also very honestly tell you that the Washington offense just looks awful. I mean, like we could just put it in, and yeah, Gordon looks really good on this like defense, and Gordon's been flying around. We talked about it a little bit during the Vikings game. I mean, Gordon looks to me like a user player on Madden. That's the goofy but honest way that I'll put this, is that Gordon looks like he's very fast, right? And he's just jumping around all over the place. And in many places, it looks like Gordon barely knows where he's supposed to stand. But you hit the sprint button and he just snaps to where he should go. Let's see. I think Brisker looks a little bit less lost. I think Brisker's looking less lost every week. I think it doesn't help Brisker, if I can be super fair to Brisker, that he's next to one of the best and headiest safeties in the game. And so when you stand next to Eddie, you look slow to everything because Eddie has extrasensory perception. Like Eddie is an alien brain. He picks up on plays faster than the offense picks up plays. And yeah, John, like this. So for instance, I love this. This is new. First drive of the game, the Bears show up in a mug front, and I'm almost certain that that Washington thought, yeah, no way in hell these guys are real. They're gonna drop off 100%. But the sneakiest part here is Kyler. Look at this, guys. Like, credit to the Bears defense. They get Kyler right here. They disguise the fact that he's coming the whole way through. Like, I'm in the same spot, Jordan, where I'm a little disappointed. I think that Brisker needs to be taught to be less deep, if I had to guess. But I love how they've coached Kyler to stack up when Carson looks at him for the first time. This says, I'm playing you in man coverage because it's third down. But then he creeps forward, sits right back, and then zoom, gets him. That's really good disguise. Honestly, it is. It's really good disguise. I know Gordon doesn't get home here, but that's really good disguise. And Ben, I thought the same thing. I was like, we blitzed on third down, and we fucking got him. Yeah. Like, as soon as they started blitzing, they shut a team out for like 99 yards, which I thought was so funny. But hey, I'll take the dub, right? Well, the Bears lost, but it at least, Ben, makes it feel like not only, well, yeah, it's funny where it's like somebody watched the stream, but also like, I love these like 5 down fronts, something that just heat checks the offense anywhere. Bojack like looks like he flits in. This is at least trying stuff. Like, is that Robert Quinn or is that Justin Jones? I think it's Quinn. What are you doing? Like, at the very least, they started to play the same defense they usually do with modern principles, right? Which was awesome. Like, I'll take it. Somehow the Bears have rewarded Eberflus for being more aggressive more often than not. Yeah. And honestly, there were pieces of this defense that were really fun. I think, okay, so somebody, oh gosh, what was his name? Is it Jarrell? Jarrell, if you're still here, anything that I've already said is actually going to be pale in comparison to how I think sad the next thing I'm about to say is, where the Bears defense, because we are so watching the offense. Is Eddie going? And he looks like he's going. Yeah, this is fun. I think this is fun because when you show pressure like this and then you send them, it lets everybody else on the schedule know that you might. I would love to see them get into some Zimmer style simulated pressures. I think simulated pressures are really fun. But like you're saying, Jordan, I do think that they're trying to build a bedrock before showing the nuanced stuff, but I also don't think that any defense in the NFL has to show cover 2. You shouldn't. Show cover 1. You shouldn't. Throw a little disguise in there, in my opinion. It's just not going to hurt you. But that's my 2 cents. And it will grow, renewable. I mean, it clearly grew from last week to this week. Motion says zone. Ooh. Watch Gordon. I think this is fun. Pop, recognition, get off, cut a lane out. Gordon is learning quickly. Gordon has gone from completely lost to lost less. And when he doesn't look lost, you can see the second round pick. I'll even say something wild. I actually think that Kyler Gordon looks like a first round pick at nickel. Like, if he moves, this would make more sense if any of you guys, or to any of you guys that have done draft work before, but he moves like a first round pick. Gordon doesn't move like just a guy. Gordon moves like an elite athlete. I hear you, Jordan. I'm not saying he looks like a first round pick at nickel because he's good at it yet. I'm saying he looks like a first round athlete. The problem is he's small. So he's not going to play outside corner, and that's a huge part of why I think he fell to the second round. But I do think that twitch is gnarly, and I would love to see that used more, or at least as he gets used to it. Hey, love it. Love it. Jalen Johnson, snap back. Go get that football. You never know. Lovey style. Hand it back to the ref. Seriously, John. If anything, that's my favorite part about the Eberflus hire, is that the last time we had a Lovey guy, at least we were winning games in multiple years. Haplo, I'm still waiting to see Brisker as the first round pick. If I can just be a little cold, right? Love it. 5 down front. I'm all about, especially on later downs, showing a ton of pressure. And they brought it. And Roquan. Ben, you still here? Because I love this. This is a disguising a blitz up front by creating a bunch of stuff that they have to watch. I mean, it's basic, right? But they used Roquan as a blitzer. Literally the week after, I went on a massive rant about Roquan Smith never getting used as a blitzer. And I mean, he looks like he's out of a cannon. He goes through like the seas have been parted. Like, this is hilarious. Just looking at the difference. Because, both of these linemen try to react to him, and they just fall on the ground. When Roquan can do this and make these when he's allowed to blitz, he can do so much more than what he's been doing within this defense. Look at them mixing up play calls. I mean, they just decided to bully the Commanders. It worked. I think that's part of what made the offense look so disappointing, is that the Bears outgained the Commanders at a hilarious rate. If the Bears, if I understand it correctly, had kicked the ball every time they got to the 10-yard line, they win, right? Like they win, I wouldn't say emphatically, but they win relatively convincingly, don't they? I think they do. It's not that the offense wasn't moving the ball. It's that the defense was shuddering. Another thing that I feel like... Yeah, I think he did, John. Another thing I feel like the Bears linebackers did a better job of in this game is that they would have one of the linebackers intentionally shoot the inside of a gap so that the other linebacker would scrape over the top of him. It's basic stuff, but it led to a bunch more linebacker-related run stops, partially because the Washington Commanders' offensive line never got to them, so that's awfully neat, and that was mostly schematic. But all the same, nice to see the linebackers coming up and making plays. Then there's number 4, because where else would he be? I also love this. Starting off, it's simple. This is a simple idea, but even just this brief moment as Wentz is reading the field is enough to potentially convince him that you're looking at true man cover 5, right? Which is just 2-man. But then you back off, and now you might just be in, I mean, if Brisker drops out, you're looking at cover 2. If Brisker doesn't drop out, if he rolls, you're looking at cover 3. Maybe it's still cover 1. Honestly, the Bears are doing a really good job here pre-snap of just not really making it easy to tell what they're running. And of course, that's when Jalen gets beat. But all the same, I think it's confusing. Who knows? Maybe somebody was barking out line calls and changing the play. Yes. Gordon makes a nice little play here. Hopping out. Knock the ball down. Heck yeah. J2K, I legitimately believe that the plan from Poles was to stay bad in the places that would affect wins the most look, it's going to sound outrageously, I don't know, almost conspiratorial, almost tinfoil hattish when I say I think Poles deliberately tanked, but I struggle to see it any other way. Like, he put $63 million in dead cap on this year's cap. They signed next to nobody. The players that they did sign are all signed to 1-year deals for the overwhelming most part. They added next to nothing in the trenches that wasn't either super low investment or a young player that was just going to take up a bunch of snaps. And from there, it's a bunch of experiments. Even crazier, in the same season, they rotated offensive guards, for crying out loud. They rotated starting guards in the middle of games. They played Patrick and Jenkins. How does it make sense if they're not completely comfortable with losing? Not like losing culture comfortable with losing. Heck of a play. Is that JJ? Because it looks like it. Yep. Oh man. That's a really nice play on McLaurin. But I don't know. I struggle to see it any other way because it is completely planless and it makes no sense if they were if they were trying to support Justin Fields. But if they didn't believe in Justin Fields, or if they're waiting for Justin Fields to surprise them, then it wouldn't really matter what they did what they did defensively, because they wouldn't get any better. No, I don't think so. Renewable. I think that they'll change up just fine. I'll get there. Yeah, as you guys can see, the defense got a lot spinier. How well do I think Fields will have to play the rest of the year to put drafting another quarterback out of the next draft out of the question? Cody, I don't know. I wish I had a better answer, but I do think that if Fields and the Bears win their way into the number 7 pick or lower, then quarterback will be out of reach, and the Bears aren't going to trade up for that. If you want to win, you can't keep putting it off. You can't just put a Band-Aid on the problem. That's one of the problems Pace had. We need a total reset. Yes, Haplo, I completely agree. I think that's what Poles is trying to do. Like, if you do want the plan, I think the plan is a total reset. It's tear down the house so that you can put the house together, like, off of one set plan. But that's just what I'm seeing. And my hope, emphasis on hope, would be that next year they stick with the secondary that they have, but that they still, we'll see. They'll probably add some defensive beef. Reinhardt, I think that that's a very, very, solid point. I also find myself wondering, one of the other variables that we're looking at is that we changed quarterback coaches, we changed offensive coordinators, we changed head coaches. We did a whole bunch of stuff that you beg the question on, I don't know. Because, Mitch looks solid in Pittsburgh, too. So, it's not necessarily just Nagy specific. But also, Mitch looked his best in a new scheme, new year, new season with a lot of talent around him. Haplo, I think that's more realistic than not. It also felt like plays like this, just while it's running in the background, it felt like on plays like this that Wentz and the Washington offense were just kind of bad. Though, you got to love the blitz that they managed to get home and hurry the throw with. Gosh, it really is. You weren't kidding, Ben. Because I didn't watch a ton of the defense. I really mostly spent time prepping for the offense. But they really did hit the point where, even this, I love Roquan sim blitzing and popping out. They send a 6-man false blitz because Roquan doesn't actually blitz, but it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys engaged and a free rusher around the end. Forces a hurried throw. Literally, a week after, I called Alan Williams and a defense stupid and boring and stale. They come out here and they're not running plays that aren't from the 2006 playbook, but they're running those 2006 plays with a modern attitude. It looks like a different defense. Exactly. Suddenly it was this aggressive, mean streak defense that was going to come get you instead of a defense that was going to sit back and take their lumps. There's a safety roll. Oh, man. And when Kendall Vildor's mossing you, bang. So, Reinhardt, just to beg the question, when we talk about Mitch looking better with worse, is that 2017? Do we think that the 2017 team is better than the 2022 team, or which year are we looking at? Because that's really the only thing that I'll beg the question on when it comes to Mitch. But it's, that's the thing. Because Reinhardt, you're exactly right. There comes a point where you do ask that question, Reinhardt, where you say, oh man, did Eddie get flagged for, was it Eddie? Oh no, this was Gordon's DPI. And this was clear and obvious DPI too. Like, that's DPI. We're all on the same page, right? That's DPI. It's almost cool. But that's the other thing though, Reinhardt. Like, last thing I want to do is be depressing, because nobody needs that. But Fields, as a rookie, who some have said, or at least some fans feel like he looked more comfortable as a rookie. I don't think it's quite there. But that same rookie Fields scored dramatically less points per game than Andy Dalton or Nick Foles, who, it's not like Dalton was awful, but he really wasn't that bad. I mean, Dalton in particular might have hung 30 on Cincinnati. Dalton was balling against Cincinnati, which I can't believe that I talked about that tonight, because that is one of the least relevant things I could possibly be talking about. But, like, let's see. I think they have asked Fields to do a little bit too much. Reinhardt, Ben, how's Dalton doing on the Saints? Low-key balling. not like major balling, but he was involved in a shootout last year, right? Like, Dalton is not that bad, and a lot of people made him out to be really bad, but I don't think he's that bad. Same with Foles. Like, I could take all the heat I want. I really like quarterbacks that hit the back of their drop and get the ball out on time. And Fields is a quarterback that I know doesn't really do that. But, I thought it was hilarious. No, that's actually a pretty good throw. I was going to make fun of this throw. That's a sweet throw against Tampa 2. But overall, Reinhardt, let's see. I think the Bears could have made the playoffs. League doesn't allow for what often enough? Jordan. I think, Reinhardt, that with a lot of these things, offensive line makes a really big difference. At least I think so. I mean, I don't want to belabor it, because I can't tell. I just don't really feel like it, I think. Let's see. That's the whole Zach Wilson sucks, because... I think the structure is few and far between. More than anything, I think that guys that can hit the back of their drop and distribute, most of the time, if you play on time, then you get to your second read, you get to your third read on time. But that's me extrapolating a lot. I mean, a lot. I'm taking a lot out. Because while I think that it's cool that some people want to put the whole, like, can't play in structure, I also think that most people's common quarterback criticisms aren't necessarily super fair most of the time. Because people try to, I don't know, people try to kind of have too much said in a couple of sentences. And Reinhardt, guys do better with worse all the time. I think the really complex part to this is that most teams are really bad in one specific area. The 2017 Bears, for instance, really bad in the offensive line, right? The 2017 Bears were really bad because of the wide receivers. The running backs, though, memory serves, that was Cohen and Howard. That was a much better offensive line, and the receivers were freaking terrible. There was a point where we were celebrating trading for Dontrell Inman. It was bad, dark times. But if at least you had some stuff to check down to, that works. Russ made it work with bad OL and good weapons. Exactly. I don't know. Part of me thinks you need to have one, right? Burrow made it work with a terrible offensive line and really good weapons. Herbert made it work with a really terrible offensive line and really good weapons. Josh Allen didn't really make it work. at that point. Let's see. It's that's the trouble, Reinhardt, is I'm pointing out, let me put it this way. I'm pointing out something that I do believe, but those concerns are wholly valid. That was a nice play by Jalen Johnson. So good to have your CB1 back. Gosh. Talk about just getting better than. Like, that's McLaurin, right? Just plays it perfectly. If it's an absolutely perfect throw, he beats him anyways. He better not. He better not get flagged. I don't see a flag. No, he hasn't, Jordan, to your exact point. I mean, he's making flash plays. He's hilariously explosive for how bad he is. Like, lovingly. Justin Fields' stats are historically bad, and yet he is like one of the top 10 explosive players in the NFL right now from a quarterback perspective, which is, again, hilarious. I mean, the Bears are getting just nothing out of their quick game, and unacceptably nothing. And so I don't know what's going on. If you want my honest take, I think that it's right now we are entering a hotbed for bad habits. Like we are quickly entering Justin Fields will need a change of scenery soon conversation. Just because, and I know we all love the Bears. Yeah, so explosive, he's implosive. I agree. Like, and John, I also agree with that. It counters the idea that high explosive plays equal offense, because it turns out that coaches didn't play players that imploded quite so often. Jordan, the only thing I'll say about Herbert specifically is that he had bad offensive line and coaching for sure. And was still a phenom, but he had those like dudes at wide receiver that could at the very least go make some plays for him. I will never forget watching on stream watching Herbert's first start and realizing that his first 150 yards were all yak. But Austin Eckler too, Reinhardt. Eckler did a ton for them. It's not to say that Herbert was like playing badly, but he really did just distribute to his weapons, and his weapons went crazy. And that's something that right now Fields just doesn't have. Like, he doesn't have that eye-popping box score because he checked it down a couple times, and those guys went and got him a ton of yardage. But, I mean, he also completes like 17 passes a game. And it's hard to do a ton with that. Like, you've got to be able to move the chains and then throw the ball more. But it's kind of a mess. And we're just going to have to see how things go. But yeah, no, the Alec Pierce thing is nasty. And I agree with you, Reinhardt. It does get super circular. He did, John, get 30 yards from a screen for sure. Let me see. I think that the whole feedback loop, if I can be honest, he's been hosing dudes down, Jordan. If I can be honest, part of the reason I even talked about the young quarterback thing when I did a little while ago is because I think Reinhardt, the worst part is that it was very easy to see that Alec Pierce was going to be that dude. Like it's just not shocking. Like, George Pickens, I get it. Like, the off-field stuff that everybody was worried about. Like, I hear you. At the very least, I can put that out of my mind and say, I would have picked him, but I'm not the one who had to coach him. Alec Pierce was easy to pick. Like, Alec Pierce was somebody who, the more tape I watched, the more I was like, no. All the people on Twitter that want to say that Alec Pierce is somehow not going to be that guy need to like watch him again, because it's going to be very easy. Like, it's going to be very, very easy to just slot him in and have him make some plays. He's like saving Indianapolis right now, which is hilarious. But so, if you ask me, and this is me being heartless, but I will be heartless, right? If Fields finishes the season, which might be a miracle, right? But if Fields finishes the season and he logs 11 more games at the pace that he has right now, he will finish for less than 3,000 yards. I don't know the last quarterback to do that, to play, let alone 16, but 17 games and not finish and not pass for 3,000 yards. And a lot of Bears fans, love you guys, will say, yeah, but he rushed for like 800. And I don't think he will, Jordan. He's taken way too many hits. But if the Bears lose a bunch of games, and especially if they end up first overall pick, there will be a ton of people saying, let's build around Fields and trade down. And I won't know where to be. I'll have a better picture of it later. But if I can tell you guys just very openly, right? I really like Fields. I think Fields is really good. I think a team that's better set up would be great for Fields. I worry that Fields is the wrong kind of quarterback to lead your team back from being terrible, like in the situation that Fields is in right now. Because the worst part is we are Wentzing Fields. Like, we are teaching Fields that if you don't do it yourself, it won't get done. And I think that's a very bad habit for quarterbacks to learn. You can't learn that. And the scariest part is Fields is actually fast enough to where, let me use an example. Justin Herbert doesn't have the legs to just run the ball all the way down the field like Fields has done twice this year. Joe Burrow definitely doesn't have the legs to do that. What is it? The words I'm looking for. Mahomes doesn't have the legs to do that. Allen barely has the legs to do that. Allen has the body to hit people, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have the legs to literally run all the way down the field. And even then, Alex is just crazy. Daniel Jones does, Haplo. You're totally right. And Daniel Jones is not a bad example of exactly what we're talking about here. Daniel Jones is so lanky that people haven't realized, but people just don't bring up the fact that Daniel Jones has a gun for an arm. He's ridiculously fast, and he's not super good. And Daboll's winning a ton of games with him. Do you think that Daniel Jones needs to be extended? And J2K, is Daniel Jones fixed? I mean, honestly, is he fixed? But Reinhardt, to Reinhardt's exact point, the Bears could a top 3 pick of the draft this year. They could have a first overall pick, or like a first overall pick this year. And while Jordan, I agree with you that the, I guess, optimal choice would be Caleb Williams in 2024, I don't think the Bears timeline will land you the number 1 overall pick in 2024, because they'll get better. They will have 6 wins next year, at least. So can you afford to pass on a Bryce Young or a Will Levis or a CJ Stroud because you have that pick just because it doesn't fit your timeline? I don't actually know if that's what they'll do. But it's, yeah, I mean, I think it'll stair step down. Let's see. Oh, man. Thank you, John. And that also hurts a lot. If it helps you, Haplo, OSU fans, and Jordan, you somehow live around enough draft Twitter that you probably know what I'm talking about. OSU fans make fun of CJ Stroud because he refuses to run the ball. Like, if it helps you, CJ Stroud has an absolute cannon. He's got a much faster release, or at least more natural looking release, than Fields does. If I could just compare the two, he doesn't have the generational legs that Fields does, but he's got not bad legs. He just doesn't run. He just doesn't run. He just refuses to run. It is as if he took it personally that black quarterbacks, when they run the ball, get called Lamar Jackson. Like, he doesn't run. He won't run. He will throw the ball into a tight window if it means not running. And I think it's kind of hilarious because I have a feeling the NFL may actually like that. Frosty, how you doing? We're going to go to bed, I'm going to go to bed soon. And John, I hear you. Like, it's so funny because I don't know what to think about Stroud either. I can tell you, I also think, oh shoot, Jordan, that's crazy. Like, is Reinhardt, is he like, this is my spot? I haven't watched enough of him to think whether he's rooted in the pocket, but he is like, I'm not leaving the pocket. I'm throwing from the pocket. I think, Jordan, I think Levis is going to rocket up the boards. It's not even necessarily because I think that that Levis is like good, but he's an SEC quarterback. He is a pocket general quarterback. He is. I could give more thoughts later because I don't want this to completely become a draft stream. But yes, Reinhardt, you know exactly what I'm talking about because the Zach Wilson bump is exactly what I was thinking. Is Penix first of all, if the Bears got a guy named Michael Penix Jr., that would be right in line. And yes, my sophomore in high school is coming out, like my inner sophomore in high school. But that would just be like, you've got to be kidding me. We should have, like, the memes would write themselves. I think the real X factor is Young. Don't you think? Like, okay, Penix doesn't make it a lot better, does it? But so the X factor to me is like, what do you do with a guy in Bryce Young that is like 190 pounds? You know, I don't know what to do because I got taught at one point how NFL GMs think. Right? They look at a list and they say, here's a list of all the guys under this weight threshold, with this hand threshold, with this height threshold that have been successful. And it's like one dude. And sometimes it's like Chase Daniel or Drew Brees. And they go, do you think he's Drew Brees? And Bryce Young is a sublime pocket mover. Bryce Young is stable, or not stable. Like, Bryce Young is poised. Bryce Young is calm. Bryce Young dips out of sacks like crazy. Bryce Young is small. But at least you also know that Bryce Young's been operating in the same Alabama offense that has turned out relatively pro-level or pro-ready quarterbacks. And so I don't know what the answer becomes. But because exactly like Sophisticated says right here, that I think that the NFL is a wide receiver league and you need to be that guy. Like, you need to have that guy receivers. But I do think, let's see, Bryce Young easily QB1. Dude is a monster at Mater D. His size is what stops him going to Detroit and what shoots Levis to Detroit. I mean, so you're saying, or how does he compare to Kyler Haplo? I'd need to look, but I would argue that, and the very little that I've seen, Kyler is the most talented player on literally any football field he steps on, and I think that includes the ultra-talented Mr. Justin Fields. Kyler Murray doesn't get tackled. Kyler Murray decides when he's done running, basically. Kyler Murray's a blur. Kyler Murray's arm is shocking for how small he is. If Kyler was in a functional offense and could stop playing Call of Duty, he would be he could push for one of the best players in the NFL, I think. But the vibe I get from a friend of mine who lives in Phoenix, right? And so he's in Phoenix. He goes and watches the Cardinals practice. And what he says is that during the middle of the season, Kyler doesn't practice, that he wears a red shirt and he walks around and hangs out with the trainers, and he's not like hurt. He just doesn't want to. He just doesn't want to practice, from what I understand. Like, and that's from public practices. Just, it's not his vibe. And so I kind of find myself thinking that Kyler Murray is a star, sure, freak, absolutely, but that he's not necessarily trying to be the GOAT, you know? And that's the only reason that he's not. Compare him to something like, let's see. I mean, seriously, Reinhardt. Like, oh, you mean you thought I was overstating it because I've said it before, right? Like, it's it's bananas. Like, he just goes right towards the middle, and then he still slides. He doesn't take a hit because Reinhardt, he's just faster than everybody. Like, he's 1 to 2 steps faster than everybody. And yes, happily they did. They added a film clause. But so I bring up Kyler within this because Bryce Young is not that. Bryce Young is much more of a normal quarterback. He is, I don't want to say he's like not athletic. He's plenty athletic, but Kyler is just like different. Kyler is like Kyler's like if you stapled Tariq Cohen to a really good quarterback, and he's just bananas. Marshall, I honestly think that, thank you for asking that Kyler Murray, and the difference between Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray is that I think Lamar Jackson has an extraordinarily admirable work ethic. Like, I really do. I think one of those guys has haters to prove wrong, and I think the other guy is perfectly fine with his life as it is. And that's okay, isn't it? Like, isn't that human? That there's, yeah, and he did, John. Like, is this the Wentz moment? Is this Armageddon? Wentz-ageddon? No, it's coming later. Let me see. Was it on the last play? Yes. Oh, man. Blown up. A guy with a broken hand. So sad. But so, like, I think Kyler is a reminder that there is something true to the idea of like having a chip on your shoulder and what that does. I mean, okay, can I ask all of us Bears fans an honest question? If you could pick a quarterback, and because in the first round, late first round, you pick a quarterback in the late 20s, and you immediately get 2 years of MVP play from your quarterback, right? Was that in any world a bad draft pick? Because as much as we make fun of it, I think that that Jordan Love pick in Green Bay completely re-energized Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers suddenly went from a guy who had frankly gotten kind of comfortable to a guy who had a ton to prove and proved it. I mean, I think Brady probably should have won MVP last year. Don't get me wrong. But Aaron Rodgers turned right back into that guy. And as much as I know Bears fans want to clown on Jordan Love, and I sure hope we get our due. Like, Aaron Rodgers cannot play forever. I hope he retires. Please let him retire. Because Jordan, yeah, I mean, I don't know Jordan, who he talked into, how he talked himself into the idea of, as much as I think Romeo Doubs is a perfectly solid player, and I know I really like Christian Watson, like, I think that I think that somehow Aaron Rodgers convinced himself that he was going to come back from his Woodlands vacation with his witch, and that he was just going to carry a bunch of guys who'd never played before into being really good. And I don't know who convinced him that, because that was just always categorically insane. It was just crazy. It never made sense. And yeah, Reinhardt, I can't help but agree that it does feel awfully excessive. If you ask me, even 15 mil, I would trade Roquan ASAP, because I think he looks worse and worse every single game in this season. Or not literally worse and worse, but that his trade value gets a little bit worse every game. Yeah, John, that is ego, 100%. But all the same, it was bananas. Like, what is the wide receiver theory? I'm so curious. Is it that they were going to sign somebody? I will say, the idea that Rodgers didn't retire this season was beyond me. I think the only reason he didn't is because the wide receiver league, not QB league. Yeah, I mean, kinda, certainly. And if that's the case, Justin Fields' receivers are not good. I think receivers are doing a lot of driving here. I think you get some guys that are just crazy. Like, for instance, Reinhardt. I think the biggest outlier here is actually Mahomes. Where, yes, Travis Kelce's awesome, but he's not all the way up and down the field. Like, at least for me. Like, what Mahomes is doing with everybody else, with Juju Smith-Schuster, with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I think Mahomes is just revelatory. I love watching Patrick Mahomes. I mean, who doesn't, right? The guy's a superstar for a reason. But all the same, I think that there are tons of guys that are killing it with great players around them. And Mahomes is playing with good players around him. Definitely good. Like, because Reinhardt now, Mahomes is replacing Hill in the aggregate in a lot of cases, which you can't really do. I mean, Tyreek Hill is just the guy, but it is wild to watch Mahomes try, and I think that's super fun. And Gabe Davis has been a beast, but yeah, overall, it was a really solid game for the defense. I think that as much as we would clown on Roquan, I think the whole defense played quite well. I struggle in a world where there was a muff punt to at any point criticize any defense for a performance that they had where they only gave up 12. But the offense needs to find more points. Well, they would need to find more points, but losing kind of helps. Not even gonna pretend that's not the case. But so at this point, I feel like we covered it. We got a big game coming up Sunday. What receiver rooms wouldn't you trade? Oh, there you go. Let's see. Bye week, a young QB check-in. Did you see just a minute ago, Reinhardt, that we did an entire hour on Bailey Zappi? Because I want you to say, no, I didn't know that. We already did. Yeah. Well, Haplo, I'm saying I hope you have a good Sunday because, oh, nice. So, Reinhardt, we did the whole Bears offense. Then we checked in on Zappi to just figure out what does a normal rookie quarterback look like. And the scheme around Zappi is wild. Not because it's anything necessarily crazy, but because you can see the moments where he's lifted up by his scheme and the moments where he's making the scheme work. Because, yes, he's playing on time, for sure. But he's not having... I can tell you, because we just watched it, Bailey Zappi is not having to avert crisis near as often as Fields is. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, now granted, we watched Zappi against the Browns. But it's wild watching that tape where he can play confident, comfortable, smart football and not worry about consequence. There are a lot of things that he does that are better than where Fields is right now, for sure. But there's a lot more cohesion, whereas it feels like in the Bears offense, everything's embattled with itself. But we'll watch, because I do think doing a check-in on basically all the young QBs would be kind of fun, so long as it doesn't convince a bunch of people on the internet that I'm just out here taking shots at everybody. Like, actually, Reinhardt, that's exactly what it looked like. It looked like the comp we were making as we watched it was like Chase Daniel or Brian Hoyer or something like that. Like, he's throwing to the guys that are wide the hell open. But so, Haplo, I'm hoping that I will be right here on Tuesday. I mean, I'm thinking I should have the all 22 by the afternoon, but I will just crunch as much of it as I can. And if not, we're already in the rhythm of streaming for 6 hours, so we can just scream and watch it. Or like scream and watch it. We may be screaming and watching it, but yeah, I would say Ben's exactly right. Ben, I thought that throw he had to Devontae Parker was really nice. But other than that, mostly Zappy was just impressive because as a rookie, he hit the back of his drop and he threw fearlessly into like slant areas, but his touchdown throws were crazy open. Because why wouldn't they be? And I don't know. It was really weird because you ended up exactly, Haplo, the frozen stiff. Watching that actually made me Okay, let me put it this way, Reinhardt. What if I said, after watching Bailey Zappi, I am more sure than ever Justin Fields is fine. I am less sure than ever that the Bears organization will be able to help Justin Fields get to the level of play that we want to see him at. Because whatever you blame, whether you blame Fields, whether you blame receivers, whether you blame whether you blame Fields, whether you blame receivers, whether you blame like something, I will, there's something wrong. And I gotta go. Baby time. But guys, it's been awesome. I'll catch you soon. Follow me on Twitter. Like the stream if you haven't already. Always a great time hanging out with you guys. I know we go long pretty much every week, but that's part of the fun of it. So you guys have a great time. Send me on Twitter DMs if you want to have any questions. Honestly, any ideas that you want to see, because little things like watching Zappy or whatever else, like, I'm down for film. We can learn. We can all go through it together. Until then, guys, have a great night. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.